the point that healthcare is undergoing a period of profound and equity. I believe we all would agree on it. So, in this context of Voice of Healthcare's National Healthcare Leadership Forum and Awards serves as a purpose of platform to recognize exemplary visionary leadership, to encourage cross-sector collaboration, and to celebrate contribution that are shaping and stronger, more resilient healthcare ecosystem.
So that would be the second half of the day that we spend together.
Definitely. And any of this wouldn't be possible without our partners. So I would just take a moment to acknowledge and thank our partners. Knowledge partner, Praxis Global Alliance, session partner, Roche, hospital partner, Yashoda Medicity, associate partner, Jobizo, outreach partner, Prius Communication. We thank you all for the strategic partnership and for the contribution they have given to us to strengthen the thought leadership to framework of this forum.
And I would humbly request all of us to give in a round of applause to our partners, just not because they help us with the money, but also because of a collaboration such as this is making a forum such as this possible. And that is why we humbly request you to VOH. So,
Definitely.
which is, of course, the host of the day today. But I'm going to pass on the baton to Simran here to introduce you to VOH.
So, Voice of Healthcare was envisioned as more than a media platform. It is a thought leadership initiative committed to amplifying authentic healthcare voices, enabling informed dialogues, and recognizing meaningful impact across India's healthcare ecosystem. And over the years, I would tell you, Voice of Healthcare has fostered conversations that bridge clinical excellence, policy innovation, patient centric care, and creating a space where ideas translate into action. Just to show a glimpse of what Voice of Healthcare has done and the journey of it, I would just like to have showcase a video about VOH's journey. So, can we have a video?
We create platforms for collaboration from events to media, from B2B industry needs to patient voices. We listen, we adapt.
Being the secretary of National Medical Commission, which is the regulator for all medical education, including research, I think such roundtable conferences gives us feedback from all the stakeholders.
Yeah, I'm very happy that I'm here and seeing how the halls get full. A lot of people coming on the first day of Medical Fair India, which is the premier healthcare event here in India for a long, long time. I'm very happy that Messe Düsseldorf can host this great event.
We are more than a platform, we are a movement.
So such events might take our voice to the government.
Partnerships to education and CSR. Our numbers speak, our stories ripple, our voices grow stronger together. We are striving for more, for a future where healthcare is heard, seen, and human. Join the voice of change. Join
So taking the noise off the healthcare industry to the world, I think Voice of Healthcare deserves your applause. Please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, as of course the tradition of our country, we always want to start by seeking the blessing of the Almighty. And today as well, we wish to do the same. So we want to start with the tradition of lamp lighting. And it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Naveen Nischal, the host as well, to please join us first at the lamp lighting to receive the other guests as well for the lamp lighting. Could I please invite Colonel Rajiv Manali? Please, if you can join us, Naveen sir.
Mr. Aryaman Tandon, Ms. Hina Dhawan, Dr. Anu Vijayant Goel, Dr. Ritu Mittal Garg, Mr. Amit Singh, and Mr.
Lamp to officially kickstart with the blessings of the Almighty for the VOH Healthcare National Leadership Forum and Awards 2025.
आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु दीपब्रह्मरूपस्थं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूप
Thank you very much for leading this together with us. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, without any further ado, we wish to go ahead and unfurl this wonderful day for us. It is my pleasure now to invite on stage once again the man who has been at the helm of it, ensuring that this inclusive dialogue and collaboration and platforms such as these become not only very powerful but very relevant as well. So of course, the man whose thought leadership has led VOH today to these heights. Let me start by inviting the founder for VOH, Dr. Naveen Nischal, to please join us on stage and officially inaugurate this session and open it. Welcome, sir.
And this is not I am saying this was said by an American author, Alvin Toffler. He said long back that illiterate of 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but will be those who can at different leadership position. I have faced different challenges at different times. And I believe that leadership is it's like a hurdle race. You cross one hurdle and next one is ready. And next one is not the same. This hurdle is in different size and shape. At this time in healthcare, we are at a juncture of shifting needs, shifting challenges, shifting focus, And when you are at that level, you need to adapt continuously according to changing circumstances. I believe that there is no set rule of leadership. We have some values. What is the most underrated and underestimated value of leadership? Most underrated. I think that is the trust. Trust is the most underrated value of any leadership. And if I have to define that, what all do you need to be a good leader? So what are the basics of good leaders? I think one is value, and in values you have trust and ethics. Then is adaptability. A leader has to be very adaptable according to the circumstances. Technical knowledge and technology or AI adoption. We can still do away with technical knowledge. Like I have an example right in front of me, Colonel Manali. He's an army veteran, and now he's managing, and he doesn't have any technical knowledge of health. I'm sure we are going to learn a lot of things from them. For your leadership and for your commitment to strengthening India's healthcare ecosystem. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Rather, it's about collaborating. And that's what this platform is all about. So, with this, ladies and gentlemen, as we go further,
Yes, we move forward, and now it's time to shift our focus to the broader national and global perspective shaping healthcare in years ahead. And now I would like to invite Mr. Aryaman Tandon, co-founder and managing partner, Praxis Global Alliance, to present the inaugural keynote address and to start this discussion. Can we have you on stage, please, sir?
welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Dear guests, all the award nominees, on behalf of the VOH team and all the sponsors, extend you an extremely warm welcome to this very pivotal event, I must say. This is a great initiative. And kick off the event by talking about why this is so critical and why healthcare is such a transformational space for India. and why I strongly believe that we are only tapping the surface right now of what massive opportunity this ecosystem will create in the next couple of years. Welcome everyone, and look forward to this exciting day today. To start off with, I want to put some statistics, and this is what we all consultants do the best. Today, healthcare stands at almost a $300 billion ecosystem. If you add up all the components, of the overall pie, which is massive, which is almost 10%, of a very large sum of the overall GDP. However, if we go and look 5 years down the line, in terms of per capita spending, we are still abysmally low compared to all other countries. We are very low at the bottom. And because of that, we do anything for that. This will naturally happen. But here is where I want to push the boundaries a bit. The government targets India to be the third largest GDP by 2030, but 700 billion will only make us the fifth or the sixth largest healthcare ecosystem in the world. So why can't we be the third largest healthcare ecosystem in the world as well? We have the largest population and we have one of the largest need for health. Why can't we do it? Which is where I want to spend time today. I think the existing tailwinds, which I spoke about, will naturally take us to a $700 billion ecosystem. There is a massive need for health. We've already created exemplar cost-efficient care models, which is globally very cost competitive, despite and at a good quality. Government in the last 3 to 5 and a lot of other private innovators in the digital space. And then we've also started localizing. Pharma was a big chunk of it localized, but even medtech, we've started localization. So we're creating a local infrastructure. This will help us grow at a 15-20% growth rate. But if you really want to push the envelope and be a $1 trillion economy, we need to address some of the headwinds, which is structurally stopping us to truly unlock the full potential. And there are some 5 or 6 very key things, and which I see as opportunities rather than headwinds, because if we are able to change this, we can truly create a massive ecosystem. One is fragmentation, and we'll talk about these. Other is insurance coverage. We are still very low penetration in insurance. A lot of other countries have massively and very rapidly reached 100. Healthy and preventive care. A massive, lopsided focus. Quality of outcomes. While some of the leading corporate chains and private organized providers have delivered good quality, but vast majority of the infrastructure is still non-accredited and needs to rapidly and transformationally improve their quality. And finally, financing. We are very, very short of infrastructure across labor, across manpower, skilled, unskilled, across provider ecosystem, equipment, local manufacturing, education. So we need to make massive investments in infrastructure creation, which is why we also need to make healthcare a lucrative option for investors, from equity to debt financing to other innovative ways of raising capital. So we'll focus on some of these points today. India represents almost 20% of global disease burden, if you look at NCDs or CDs, but we only represent 1% of the spending. This is truly unbelievable. 20% of the burden, but 1% of the expenditure, which shows how massive the opportunity for us is to scale healthcare. We have over time, demonstrated that we can deliver very high quality care at extremely cost competitive prices. If you look at the right side, these are prices for a lot of procedures, and we're even lower than a lot of other countries which are lower than per capita income for us in terms of procedure prices. We rank 3rd on cost by MTI. We rank 6th on quality, which shows that this cost efficient model is not at the but they're truly tapping only the surface right now. The largest players in India are only 2% market share, $3 billion. If you look at US, greater than $100 billion, right, in terms of market share, in terms of size, sorry. In Germany, in Australia, in Saudi Arabia, etc., players have gained almost 6 to 7% market share. But the largest chain in India is still about 10. Very little insurance. So we are only about 25% penetrated in insurance coverage. Rest of it is covered via government schemes. Even countries like Indonesia, Colombia have reached universal coverage and 100% insurance. We are way behind in this. A lot of innovation needs to still happen on insurance. And if I talk about insurance, that's a very critical thing. In countries, similar GDP per capita or above us. And if you look at the red bucket, majority of the healthcare spending comes from a mandatory form of insurance mechanism. We do not have any mandatory form of insurance. We have been grappling with the problem of missing middle since about 10 years now. And they have proven that they do not want to adopt voluntary insurance. Private insurance, the scale up has happened in the group policies, and the individual policies have really plateaued as of now, which basically shows that a massive supply of capital is completely missing because we do not have a mandatory universal healthcare mechanism. This is the right time. We should be thinking about universal coverage. Primary care, this is the other theme. We have one of the lowest consultation rates and testing rates across a lot of other developed and developing countries. We only do about 2 consults per year per person and 2 tests per person per year. Even the spend on primary care per capita is abysmally low, even lower, by the way, than some countries, lower than per capita income for us, which shows that the focus is extremely skewed towards sickness and not wellness. And again, a lot of global models like Geisinger, Khalid, Kaiser have shown that adoption of primary care really improves health outcomes and also cost of care gets reduced. So we need to start thinking about preventive wellness and wellness overall in health rather than sickness. In terms of quality, while the corporate providers and some of the accredited hospitals have demonstrated and led the baton to drive quality care, bulk of the supply, of providers still is abysmally behind in the quality curve in terms of everything around hospital acquired infections, EMT, etc. We're way behind compared to a lot of other countries. If we talk about accreditation, less than 6%, only about 3% of hospitals are fully accredited. If you look at countries like Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand, majority of the hospitals are accredited. These countries are very, very little ahead of us in terms of per capita income. And by the way, even our accreditation rate is fairly sophisticated. So I think it's also important to think about whether we need to create cleaner structures for accreditation and driving quality. Finally, the last point, infrastructure creation. Very short on supply of medical workforce, doctors, nurses, hospitals, and even equipment, critical medical equipment. Majority of it, if you see on the right side, is still imported. And this is where bulk of the capex, for the provider ecosystem goes. We need to, and by the way, the supply of this infrastructure is also massively skewed, where metros today have almost a problem of plenty, but tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities are abysmally low in terms of supply. So this infrastructure creation also needs to convert some of these deeper pockets to having abundant supply. With this, and this is why the event today is so critical. I think all the categories that VOH cover in this award ceremony are very critical and the pivotal enablers to really driving this transformation and unlocking this growth. With this, I want to extend a warm welcome once again to all of you and look forward and thanks for everyone for making this. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tandon, for that insightful presentation. And now we would like to invite Dr. Naveen Nishal on stage to please felicitate Mr. Aryaman Tandon for his very insightful presentation. Can we have a round of applause for him?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tandon. Thank you very much. All right. So you would have one thing would have really established, ladies and gentlemen, that uh, today we are not just talking very technical, very scientific about healthcare, but more importantly, this discussion today will lead into a very holistic approach, a very transparent communication. Now, since we're talking about a very transparent communication, if I could indulge all of us, because we've been sitting for almost about 40 minutes, so if I could indulge you into a little bit of a brain teaser. I'm calling this brain teaser. You would realize that. So, if I could request everybody, as to whatever you're doing, have your full focus on me. And on the count of three, give me a single applaud together. We'll try doing this, okay? So, one, two, three. I did think so. We'll try this again. If you're with me, if you're able to hear me and also understand me clearly, on the count of three, please give me a single applaud. Okay, we do this together. One, two, three. We'll do this again for the very last time, just to understand if you're all together. On the count of three, ladies and gentlemen, we all together will do a single applaud. One, two, three. Fantastic. We're almost there. Thank you. Now you can give yourselves a round of applause for being together with us. So you see that today will not just be a day where we will just discuss things, but we'll ensure that from time to time, with such great teasers, we are very much present, right? And we will ensure that this becomes a very healthy platform and a very healthy communication as we go during the day. So, with this, as you would have also seen behind me, that now the stage is perfectly set for our first panel discussion, and this one is going to deep dive into.
So we are moving forward to the goal of universal healthcare access. The conversation today must shift from isolated excellence to integrated system. And for a nation of 1.4 billion people, healthcare delivery can no longer function in silos. It requires strong collaboration between public sector and private sector, industry and policymakers. And this discussion designed to explore how public-private synergies can strengthen infrastructure, improve accessibility, enhance affordability, and ensure policy making. And for this, we now invite our distinguished panelists to kindly join us on stage. Dr. Ritu Mittal Garg, Chief Growth and Innovation Officer, Fortis Healthcare. May we welcome her with a round of applause.
Welcome, ma'am. Please.
Mr. Amit Singh, Group Chief Executive Officer, Vipath Specialty Hospitals.
Welcome, sir.
Ms. Hina Dhawan, Head Country Public Affairs, Novartis, India.
Welcome, ma'am. And this session shall be moderated by Dr. Vishal Arora, Chief Business Officer for Artemis Hospitals. I'll invite you, sir, to also please take your place. And of course, we also hand over the baton to you now. The stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. So I think half of my job is already done by Ariman with a beautiful presentation and setting the context of Indian healthcare center. Today, we will try to bring a perspective of public-private partnership to this scenario and how we can together fulfill the dream of 1.4 billion people in the country. When we talk about designing a healthcare ecosystem for 1.4 billion people in the country, the challenge, one of the biggest challenge is integration. It is integrating policy with practice. It is integrating public infrastructure with private infrastructure. It is integrating technology with care delivery and scale with sustainability. We are not designing a healthcare ecosystem for a single city, not for a single income group, not for a single care model. This requires collaboration at level we have never really attempted before. I'll give you a stat here. So India today, 20 lakh beds, out of which 12 lakh beds lie in the public ecosystem and 8 lakh in the private. So our discussion today is therefore very practical in nature. What change do we need to do structurally? What models can really scale? And what will define the next decade in healthcare? Before I begin, let me introduce. I'm sure you must be knowing all the panelists. Let me introduce the panelist to you. I'll keep it short and focus on the perspective each of them brings to the panel discussion. So, Dr. Ritu Mittal Garg, Chief Growth and Innovation Officer at Fortis Healthcare. She leads the span of strategy, digital enablement, scaling healthcare models, key elements in building integrated and future healthcare ecosystem. Mr. Amit Singh, Group CEO, Yatharth Super Specialty Hospitals. Amit has extensive experience expanding hospital networks beyond metro markets. He has worked closely on delivery models that balance affordability and access, particularly tier 2 and tier 3 geographies. Ms. Hina Dhar, Head Country Public Affairs, Novartis India. Hina brings a public affair and policy perspective, working closely with government, industry, and healthcare stakeholders. Our focus is on enabling collaborative frameworks that support prevention, outcomes, and sustainable healthcare policy. May I request everyone to welcome the panelists with a round of applause, please. So, on this note, let's begin the first session. My first question would be to Amit. Amit, you have managed large complex hospital operations while ensuring clinical governance and quality. From a vantage point, what are the three most critical reforms India needs today to strengthen public-private collaboration and move towards the integrated healthcare ecosystem?
Thank you, Sal. Thank you, Wes, for inviting me today here. I think the three critical reforms, I would say, first things come in mind is about digital and data interoperability. That's very, very important because just remember this healthcare can only be made scalable through the exchange of the data, not by building the hospitals, right? That's very, very important, right? Even if you see the PMJY scheme and APDM, that's Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission Program. If you like to create a tier systems in a delivery of the healthcare, because ultimately the primary care, secondary care, and tertiary care, if everything, if primary care is managed better, if triaging can be done in primary care, second, and then secondary care, the load of tertiary care will be reduced significantly, but that can only be done. So this shift of probably the we call it referring mechanism, referring pathways when we created it, will be possible when we have a data interoperability, because then you would able to deliver the care to the last minute. That is the first point, first reforms. Second, I would say quality, as speaker was talking about. So we don't talk about the clinical outcomes so far. We predict the infrastructure or the particular healthcare delivery. This thing. So I personally believe that the quality, the accreditations will play a big role. When we create ecosystems, is about the comparability or more of transparency, transparent mechanism where we can talk about the clinical outcomes. And that can also give us, probably India will be placed to talk about the globally integration with some of the very clinical reforms happening across the world, right? And by doing this good accreditations, of course, we all know that we can attract more global patients by having CI, NABs. So that quality is also very important reforms. Third, I would say more from the private perspective. Private perspective is about payments. I would say that there's something is like a time bound, or something is like if they have time bound payments, we can get it. If I know it's my predictable cash flow, if I know my predictable beta, probably it helps me a lot to spread to the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So I think that entire ecosystem of this financing model has to be looked upon. So this is what I believe these three things is key as of now.
So it's a very insightful perspective. So my follow-up to you would be, if you had to pick one reform out of the two, right, which would unlock the others, what would that be?
That's payment reforms, I would say, the first, because that's somewhere it doesn't give a space or probably the flexibility for private players, which now 60-70% of healthcare being delivered being taken care by the private players, to go to the next level of it. So I think that's one hurdle which we have. So I would say payments reform is important.
Sure. I will just move to Ritu, and Ritu, I would want to understand from you, for my audience, like from an innovation standpoint, you lead innovation and growth at Fortis, right? From an innovation standpoint, which reform do you can do justice, and as we talked about digital enablement, can do justice, and from a public-private partnership standpoint as well. Innovation does not just see pilots across the country and they see light of the day. So what would that be?
My view, I think if we were to really in spirit implement the digital health mission, that would solve for a lot. Because that would mandate, I think one of the biggest hurdles that we have is that we do not have a structured standardized data. We are all in the silo. So you cannot create an integrated ecosystem and bring all the players together unless you're speaking the same language. So in my view, I think ensuring that we all have electronic health records and talk to each other and they're accessible to patients and across the system, and we are able to make longitudinal health records of our patients. Right now, it's all episodic, and it leads to immense amount of, in my view, wastage. Because when a patient reaches to a hospital, many times the patient has undergone the same test at 5 locations separately, nearest to the house, by the GP, then one more doctor, then second, then third. Same, the amount of wastage of resources that happen simply because we do not have data which is free flowing, which is standard, is significant. So, in my view, I think, and at Fortis, so a lot of our effort is trying to get a data lake which can then talk to multiple ecosystems for future.
Thank you, Ritu, for that insight. So, it will be interesting to have Hina come in here from a policy standpoint. So, Hina, you work with a lot of government agencies, and you are the liaison between say, private and the industry stakeholders. From your standpoint, what needs to change for innovators to work more effectively with government to build value-based care and integrated care? So, what do you feel would bring in that change?
Okay, so we talk a lot about value-based care, but in India, that is my personal opinion, we have not been able to define what does value mean. We talk about value-based care treatments and all of that, but what does that eventually mean for a country from a public healthcare standpoint? Does it mean reduction in hospitalization? Does it mean management of your morbid conditions better? Does it mean prevention for certain high-risk factors? That is something that we need to arrive. Only then we'll be able to really leverage on the potential of a value-based healthcare ecosystem in the country. That being said, I don't think value-based healthcare ecosystem can be developed by government in isolation. It has to be done in consultation with industry, with healthcare providers, with the patient groups all together, so that we align the matrices that the government takes for value-based healthcare ecosystem together. And how do we ensure that the systems which are siloed, our primary care doesn't talk to secondary care doesn't talk to tertiary care? How do we develop that continuum of care? And I'm this, about the redundancy of certain intervention that happen, the tests happen. That only will come to fruition if we're able to bring in that continuum of care system. So first of all, from a policy standpoint, I think the government really needs to bring all of these different pillars of the health ecosystem together and co-create these policy frameworks to actually start showing value-based healthcare outcomes. I'll give an example here. We all know that cardiovascular disease is a number one killer in our country. Close to 30% of mortalities in India are diseases. And then India cardiovascular disease sets about a decade before it sets in as an example or as an average for rest of the world. What are the avenues taken by the government? There is an NCD program, there is Ayushman Bharat, there is the elevated myocardial action program, but all of them focus on events. There is very little effort which is happening fine, a patient has come in with an MI episode, what do we do to ensure that that patient doesn't come back into the system with a repeat event or a recurrence of that? How do we manage that better? That is happening in silos today. We need to come up with a outcome metric which forces the system to not only account for events but also impose responsibility and accountability to ensure recurrences don't occur. We are able to provide better care to our patients and maybe in a bit as in a country like ours, we are still way short of beds to be able to cater to our population. If we are able to bring those outcome-based matrices, we probably free up some of those beds and give more vital coverage. The second part of it would be on the preventive care aspect. We continue to focus on cholesterol, on blood pressure, on diabetes, on other cancers in a very silent approach. What perhaps is needed is a risk stratification of patients to follow them together and categorize patients as those cohorts and maybe move more resources, more funding opportunities for patients who fall into these cohorts to see how we can most efficiently provide care to the patients who need it the most. There are examples which are there in the globe, in the country. There are those initiatives that are moving ahead, but it needs to be done on a more concerted effort. The last and with respect to innovations, we need to, as one would say, fast lanes for access and landing innovations in the country. Globally, innovations anyway reach later. We need to have our regulatory system, our fiscal system in such a shape that innovations, A, they reach India faster, and B, when they reach India faster, we are also able to provide the same to our patients who need them. That being said, it needs a reform with respect to reimbursement because a lot of Indians are constrained on account of affordability to access those innovations. And when I say reimbursement, it just doesn't mean government reimbursement or public reimbursement. Even insurance needs to be able to adapt so that innovations can get IRDAI today has a guideline which says modern treatments, oral chemotherapies are covered under the policies. We see patients struggling to get modern treatments covered under their insurance or for oral chemotherapies as well.
Sure. Yeah, I think we completely echo that, and the message is very clear that for the next decade of transformation in Indian healthcare, all the stakeholders have to converge. We government policymakers, or the service delivery people, or providers, and they have to focus outcomes before service delivery. So that's a very clear message which is coming on the framework currently existing in the country. Moving on to the next question. So my question would be to you. So you have been, Yatharth has been doing good growth and announcing hospitals across, right? Kudos to that. And you have been at the forefront of that. So, and Ariman in his presentation, clearly mentioned that there is a lack of divide, urban-rural divide. So what do you see? What are the reforms that can bring it and bridge that divide, where hospitals can expand outside metros and tier one cities to tier two, tier three cities, and we can bring in healthcare accessible, tertiary healthcare accessible to the people of rural population, to the underserved currently.
So the issue is about the one is accessibility, and again, the second is about the affordability as well. So accessibility for both, for let's say private players, for us to reach out to the district level hospital and beyond that, right? And for patients to reach out to the and having access to the quality tertiary care facilities. That's a problem. Now, how this can be done? This can be done. I would say it's. With the model of kind like a hub and spoke under the PPP umbrella. That's very, very important. Under the PPP ecosystems, you can do it. So let's talk about the primary care and secondary care. Government has got a PSC, CSC, right? And then it's a district hospital. The issue there is about the bringing that specialities or specialists to this primary care or the district level hospitals, right? So there is a various mechanism. I mean, we can have a platforms like I mean, you might have got the various states government is doing this kind of model, experimenting about the EPSC, ECSC, or even EIC kind of concept, right? So if PHC, CSC, that the primary healthcare can be delivered over there, yes, the issue will come with about the training of those staff. So that's can be taken care by the private. Coming to the secondary care is about the district level hospitals where you need actually the bit of surgical care to be delivered. The surgery has to be done. Primary care can be a more of the conservative. Then it comes to the secondary care. So there also, I would say that through this EICU concept and then making the doctors to be available and also physically doctors can be perform the procedure or surgery over there. But this has to be developed with a third hospital, which you call as a hub. That's where either can be a private hospital, bigger hospitals, or even a medical hospital as well. I mean, medical colleges as well, right? So if that ecosystem, if you create nicely, right, this the burden can be reduced from the tertiary care, and that the primary care, those who deserve primary, those who are coming for the primary care can be delivered there, secondary care can be delivered. That ecosystem will be managed by the private players. So the government, we can utilize the infrastructure support from the government. We can utilize, and we'll talk about the financing separately, but the whatever the manpower or the clinical staffs there, the private players can train them as per their own requirements, right? And providing some sorts of I would say capex or expertise. That is what the private care job. If you can create this ecosystem, I think that we would able to take this secondary and tertiary care to the last mile. That's a. Also, I would say that I talked about referral mechanism. This referral mechanism enabled with the, as Ritu said about the Ayushman Bharat digital mission. If your data interoperability is there, I think that ecosystem can be very nice. I think that you can deliver better.
Sure. So, what has happened recently? One of the state governments, without naming the government, has floated a tender, right? There were stakeholder consultations which happened, right? A tender has been floated where hospitals have been invited before the tender. The discussions have happened between the government and the providers. And wants to outsource their PHCs and GHCs to the public, to the provider, private provider, in terms of a PPP model. And as Amit rightly mentioned, that's the need of the hour when we talk about the integrated future hospital. And when we talk about accessible healthcare to the 1.4 billion people, where public infrastructure currently dominates the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Now we have discussed something on the structural framework, and what is coming out clearly is digital development for future readiness. So let me bring it to here. Ritu, whenever it comes to innovation, I bring it to you because you have been leading that, and the hospital, Fortis Hospital, is known for the innovative measures. So from a leadership standpoint, the hospitals have to prove themselves and have become future ready. What all are the levers in terms of digital enablement? We talk about so many levers: digital enablement, maybe a CT system, clinical decision support system, maybe interoperability. What are the challenges you see, and what are the levers with which you can make your hospital future ready?
So I think one of the most important critical factors to do this is actually change management, behavioral change. The single most reason why innovations fail, and I do differ a little bit, Hina, when you say that innovations come late to India. I don't think so. I think there's a lot of innovation that happens in India. Probably, in genomic side, the India started CAR T cells as 1/10 of its price. I mean, you can count probably 2 to 3 countries which have done that, just like COVID vaccine. So there's a lot of innovation that happens all the time in India. It's been a hub of innovation all the time. I think what goes wrong with us on rapid adoption is one, lack of patience. Hospitals especially are very operation intensive. Everybody is living there for the moment, for today. A lot of firefighting that happens in every single hospital, however organized we are. So taking a step back and being patient about investing your time, resources, bandwidth, and mindset to fuel innovation is very difficult. And that is why, at least for us, we decided to create a central function, because we would hear of so many people who approach us and then they would get lost into the system from one hospital to another hospital. And there was no pathway for them or for us to, one, evaluate them properly, make sure that we are able to give them feedback, discuss our needs, and then operationalize that. So ever since we've created that function, that has really helped us. In fact, we're on board of launching an incubator as well, which will then become a lot more structured for startups to work with us and help some problems, solve problems. So that's, I think, number one. Second, again, over the time, we tend to do stuff which has worked for us so far, and be skeptical about what's going to come. I know of my colleagues and friends, which, till last year would be like, oh, AI output is very, it's gibberish, it's not great. You change that in few months, and the kind of output that is coming out from AI is unbelievable. I am sure that many of you are using it for personal, but I have used it multiple times. Sharing as a use case or as a patient history. The kind of insights are unbelievable. The fact is that very soon the output of AI enabled decision support would probably be better than an average doctor. I'm not saying it would be better than everybody else. Obviously, that nuance and experience will be there, but that journey is significantly compressed. So the belief in that this is going to come, be patient about it, give it room to work, is going to be tremendous. I see next few years both AI and genomics going to be very, very significant. Same lies with genomics. There's a lot of skepticism about, oh, what will we know? There's some mutation. Why do I need to know it today? This is what we used to say about cholesterol like 10 years ago. What's the point? Earlier, we would treat diseases. Then we said, okay, maybe cholesterol is getting, it is getting impacted your arteries. You started making cholesterol, you started taking interventions. Go a step further. Now there is a person where we know there is a genetic mutation. We know the patient is going to have a lot more cholesterol. And if you can do an intervention at that level, that's significant. But the benefit to many people in the hospitals is not visible today. And I think that's where your statesmanship, what is the vision? Are we living for a quarter EBITDA, or are we living for creating something that's going to be there for 5 to 10 years? And that's where the differentiation is. And if the mindset is that, oh, we are here to create a long-lasting healthcare ecosystem which is doing meaningful work for next decade, and that stability is there in the leadership and at the hospital leadership and the clinicians. We're all in it together for the next 10-year hold. That's the only way the innovations will work.
Thank you. So I just recall a statement in one of the conferences I was attending. So a veteran, a star doctor across the country, a question was put to him that how do you see AI replacing doctors in the future? And he very subtly reverted to it that AI will replace those doctors who don't adopt AI, and that's how it's gonna happen. But I have a slightly different view from you as well, so I will give you on the
Yeah,
spot on that
please.
question. So many hospitals, everyone is eager to adopt digitally. India, in terms of digital adoption, especially in healthcare, is a there is a dream taken that by doing this digital enablement, I'll do this, right? But eventually, most of the livers do not see the light of the day. So, as a healthcare leader, what, what is the typical mindset? And you guys have been doing a fantastic job there. So, as a healthcare leader, how you have been typically changing the mindset to ensure that whatever digital levels are undertaken, they actually deliver for what they were taken for.
I think one of the very important aspect is the involvement of clinicians at the right time. So clinicians, they like to work in a certain way that they have been trained for. They hate change. So if I'm going to put a very fancy system and say, tomorrow you're going to use this, I can guarantee you the adoption is going to be very difficult. It takes a lot of patience and involvement of clinicians, to develop any tool that you're doing and have that buy-in and thinking with them to be able to deliver. Because whatever we are talking about here, right, in the healthcare, the center point of action is between a patient and a doctor. Everybody else is ancillary. We're all support. But ultimately, the entire action is between a patient and a doctor. So unless you bring that innovation and involvement of the central provider, we are going to have that issue. And it's easier said than done. It's a long journey. I mean, no way can I say that, there is a magic wand to it. There isn't. The magic wand is being persistent, patient, calmly and involving the clinicians in every single discussion. So in every forum that we do, for our senior clinicians in India and so on, which we do every quarter, there is an hour which is dedicated only to this. And yes, there is a lot of brickbat sometimes that this doesn't work, that doesn't work. Yeah, that's it. My analogy to them is, just because you've got potholes in the road, you don't stop making flyovers. I wish that was the case, but that's never the case. Even if you were to make flyovers, there will always be potholes. So there would be time when internet connection will not work. That is a fact. That doesn't work even at Microsoft headquarters sometimes. But that cannot stop us. That cannot be the excuse of saying that we're not going to do this. Because many times you'll hear this, oh, Pele, we should fix this, then we will start doing that. Both have to go in parallel. You have to continue to make sure that your system is robust, but not wait for that to be fixed 100% because there is never 100% there.
Fair enough. So, I will set up to early consultation involving all stakeholders and change management. These are the three key levers which Ritu just spoke about. I will move to Hina. Hina, my question to you would be, we saw in the earlier presentation, NCD is becoming the India's biggest healthcare modality, right? So, what collaborative models between industry, hospitals, and government can accelerate disease management and enable faster adoption of advanced digital solutions? My question to you, because you being the bridge between the industry and the policymakers, so what do you see?
I'll take a cue from what and from what Ritu. Amit spoke about the need for PPP models to come in, and he also spoke about some of the states leaning into PPP also for their primary care, right? And then Ritu very rightly spoke about the prowess of digital and AI tech to support the physicians early diagnosis and the right treatments and all of that. So if we bring all of them together, convert them into more, like a outcome hub for NCTs. Bring in the efficiency of the private sector, bring in the efficiency that the digital ecosystem brings in, and look at models similar to a capitation model that works in Thailand, where incentives are given not only for the treatment that you provide, and also for the conditions that you manage. So the payments are linked to outcomes for your providers basis the right management that they're able to give to their patients. If all their patients have adherence to therapies, if all their patients are controlled for their blood pressure, for their cholesterol, for their diabetes, so on and so forth, early diagnosis with respect to oncology settings, genomics, maybe use those as genetic markers and see how quickly, how soon can you diagnose and prevent setting of chronic diseases. All of that clubbed together could probably be a solution that India could look at, but easier said than done. We are a huge country. It's not easy to develop such kind of a model at scale in India. But maybe what we need is these kind of pilots to be done in small areas and see how they can be scaled up and absolutely lead the advanced technologies that exist in India, be it digital and AI, because India has immense potential there. We can use our spoke, take the treatment and the diagnosis closer to the patient without the need of having a physician being there. If we can do that, it will probably make us reach the patient faster, sooner, and with better managed care.
So, yeah, if you were to pick one lever, which would move the needle fastest, what would that be?
Okay, I will maybe include one. To exist in India. I do agree to that. And Ritu for that out. What we also need is to take those innovations to that is something that we need to work on as a country. How do we, at 1.4 population, there is scale for sure. How do we match that scale to the availability of the innovations and make them more affordable for the patients? Can we together with the private sector, with the government, arrive at some kind of volume outcome matrices to make innovation more accessible? That would be my takeaway from it.
Again, everything boils down to integration of all the stakeholders. That's what is coming out clearly. Be it the public policy makers or the private providers or the innovators or the tech providers. So everything has to come down to one platform to collaborate for the future readiness of the hospital. Now, we will move to a rapid fire round. So the rules are as follows. Two questions to each. You will be required to answer in this 15 to 20 seconds. I've already got a time check from the moderator. So my first question would be to Amit. Amit, one model that best enables affordable tertiary care outside metros.
One model which I would say, I think that lots of people have not studied it, but the bottom of the pyramid model, if you actually study it, with the redesigning the, keeping in mind the cost, the delivery, about, but without compromising on the quality. If you can work it under the ecosystem of, as I said, PPP and hub and spoke, I think that's gonna be a really changer.
One mistake to avoid when you're scaling hospitals.
Uh, one mistake to avoid. Uh, I personally feel that, see, India has an enormous opportunity. I think it's all about setting your expectations. Which area which you are entering into it, you need to really study that market and how you can leveraging it. It's about the payer mechanism, payment system, or the ecosystems around it. So I would say if you study well, I don't think so you will go wrong, because it's a huge deficit between the demand and supply. So I don't think so mistake.
All the ventures have been successful, so we can broadly say that. We'll move on to Hina. Hina, one partnership India must prioritize for managing NCDs.
Partnership.
India must prioritize
I
for
don't
managing
think we can think of one partnership model for NCD burden that we have in India. But if I was to say that, I mean, maybe look at PPP to to bring in the efficiency into the healthcare system.
Perfect. One policy reform that could accelerate prevention first healthcare. We are focusing only on curative. 95% is curative. Preventive.
Maybe have like a backward referral or a hospitalization to primary care referral system in place, because no matter what we do in preventive healthcare, it's very difficult to reach the size of the country that we have. But at least we can start from the patients who have incidents. Start from there, do a backward linkage of tertiary care to primary care.
Sure. Ayushman Bharat coming up for 70 plus can include a maybe out of the box thing, can include a preventive health check who have not paid their insurance last year. So one preventive health check complementary, that's also see it in the way. One innovation that will most impact patient experience in the next 5 years.
AI and genomics.
AI engine, to the point and very precise. So one capability hospitals must focus for the next decade.
Data interoperability.
Interoperability, data is the key to do anything. Genomics without data, without why data interoperability. And just pitch on that for a second before I close. Today in healthcare, across the hospitals, we are using 25 to 30 different systems where the data is used. Right, the data has to go down to data lake. Most of the systems don't speak to each other. Be it inside the hospital, be outside the hospital. Forget outside the hospital, across the hospital. One hospital of a chain in a city will not speak to the other hospital of the chain in that city. So data is not interoperable within the hospital today. And what we are talking about, data interoperability across the country, which is a big lever, and which will transform the Indian healthcare, which has to be the future enabler going forward. So on this note, I would like to end this session. I'm very thankful for the esteemed panelists for their insights to the audience. What is coming out very clearly is that India's future healthcare will not be built by one sector alone. It will be through partnerships and shared accountability. Thank you again. Thank you everyone. Thank you for a wonderful listening. If you have any questions, we are happy to answer them. If you have any questions to any of my panelists, more than happy to take it up. Yes, sir. So if someone can pass the mic. In the interest of time, we can take one or two more. So yeah. Sir, if you can raise your question would be to? Yeah, sure. Your question is to? Sure, please. So it's open.
Ashok Arora, I'm from Delhi, and it is regarding the screening of people, which should be made compulsory. Every person with just like ultrasound screening, once in 3 years is enough to do whole body ultrasound, and any person found any disease coming up can be caught by radiology or ultrasound testing. And it should be uploaded on the website, HIMS, etc., the government website, and it should be free and compulsory for every person above 18 years. And government only then to catch the diseases and treat them in OPD or in a minor OT even. This is my suggestion to the government. I'm trying it, but I'm very frank.
Sure. Ritu, would you like to your views? Yeah.
Says I think one test because we cannot prescribe one single test for everybody. I think yeah, but I was not going to pick, for example, a heart issue or a cancer issue. Yeah. So I think broader point is that there should be a mandatory health screening at some point.
Correct. Government, maybe 1 rupee per day. In
Sure.
3
So
years.
point is well noted and taken care. Yeah. Anyone else? Questions? So I think we're good to go. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Ritu. Thank you, Amit. Thank you for joining us on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishal, for igniting a lot of passion in the audience as well with this one. So as I thank all of us, I would invite Dr. Naveen to please step forward for a token of appreciation as we wish to felicitate our moderator and our panelist here, please. Well, thank you, Dr. Ritu. Thank you, Mr. Amit Singh. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Ms. Hina Dhawan, the head for Country Public Affairs, Novartis India. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Vishal Arora, our Chief Business Officer, for Artemis Hospital, for managing this so well and definitely bringing out the key points that we wanted to highlight with this discussion. Thank you, sir. If I could please interest everybody to give in a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, one last time for all the panelists and, of course, our moderator for bringing across the topic so evidently. 100%. Thank you very much. So, apart from many other factors, one of the key factors that did come out of this panel discussion was collaboration. The way that multiple sectors need to work together to bring out the best for healthcare. Now, with this, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into our next session. And in this particular session, we want to take our fundamental discussion of collaboration or sectors a step further. And this time, we also want to talk about capital, and we also want to talk about the clinical credibility that also needs to add into the equation before we can finally address it. So, ladies and gentlemen, this next one is called Capital, Collaboration, and Clinical Credibility, the new trade of health innovation. And as it was also mentioned earlier, that it is not just innovation and it cannot be only collaboration, but it has to be a mix, a judicious mix of all of this coming together. And to highlight this, innovative landscape and also talk about it, let me now start by inviting our next panelist to please join us in. I wish to start by inviting Mr. Rajiv Arora, the President and Cluster Head, Critical Care, Oncology, and Hematology and Emergency Medicine, BSV Mankind. Please join us on the head table. Welcome in, sir. Let's give it a welcome, sir. Mr. Gaurav Khurana, the Group CEO for Amandeep Hospitals in partnership with Ujala Sinus, is still in the flight. He has to make it as yet. We'll possibly have him at a later point of time joining in a further discussion. But now I'll invite uh, Sharad Goswami, Senior Director, Global Policy and International Public Affairs for Pfizer, to kindly please join us on the head table. Neeraj Lal, Regional Director, Maharashtra and Karnataka region at Medicover Hospitals. Welcome, sir. And this session, ladies and gentlemen, will be moderated by Dr. Deepjani Saha, AGM for Prema's Life Sciences. Welcome. We'll invite you as well to please take your seat. And ladies and gentlemen, this one shall be the next layer that we wish to unfold and hand it over to Dr. Saha. The stage is yours, ma'am.
Hello, am I audible? All right. First of all, thank you, Voice of Healthcare, for giving me this opportunity. And of course, I'm in the presence of some eminent and august people associated with mainstream clinical care in India. So we've titled today's discussion as Capital, Collaboration, and Clinical Credibility, because obviously increasingly these are the three pillars which are actually indispensable dissemination of care, not just in India, but everywhere else globally. So over the last decade, we've seen an enormous amount of pumping of money or investments in healthcare, whether it's hospitals, whether it's healthcare, pathology, diagnostics, or even life sciences, right? And new hospitals have been created, advanced technologies have been adopted, and clinical capabilities have been expanded. However, there are also increasing pressure on margins, and that affordability goes for a toss. And of course, sometimes clinical outcomes and trust are also diluted, right? Which raises an important question. Is capital today acting as an enabler of advancement of innovation, or somewhere unintentionally it's shaping priorities in a way that don't always translate into better outcomes? Right? And innovation in healthcare, it's very different from innovation anywhere else, because basically when you actually talk about innovation, sometimes just for safety standards, you need the pace of innovation to be slow. At times when unmet needs need to be met urgently, then the pace of innovation has to be fast. And of course, they need to always align with standardized protocols. Like no single stakeholder can actually move things locally in a way which ensures better outcomes, right? So, as we know, collaboration is absolutely indispensable in this segment. And how do we ensure that this collaboration moves from basically a transactional relationship to a setting where you're actually generating real world outcomes, you're aligning them with standardized protocols, and you're not assuming trust from, let's say, clinicians, peers, patients, and policymakers. You're actually working very tirelessly towards that, right? So we have amongst us a bunch of absolutely eminent people who are at very critical interfaces of the healthcare delivery systems. And it's going to be my pleasure to actually discuss on, credibility, clinical credibility and collaboration and capital investment. And the idea is not to basically come out with a silver bullet, because there cannot be absolutely perfect answers, but the session is basically focused on creating deliberations on maybe what's working, what's not working, what needs to be changed, so on and so forth, right? So, with that little introduction, let me first introduce my panel. Just a second, it's all right. So I think I believe the panels have been introduced. So let me just not probably do that. I think my first question is to Mr. Rajiv Arora. So in high equity areas like, let's say, oncology and critical care, how has capital investment shaped innovation? I mean, are we seeing better outcomes, or maybe is it just complicating the treatment pathways? Like, we would just like to know your thoughts on really whether capital investment is translating on ground to better outcomes.
Thanks, Anthony, and the PhD team. Happy to be a part of this panel and with my esteemed co-panelist, Singh Dr. Gaurav. I think as I thought he's traveling. But let me start something from a very recent visit to this hospital, Amandeep Hospital in Amritsar. And before entering, my colleague tells me, sir, this is a part of Cygnus corporate change. And you see how it changes the mindset of the kind of capital or consolidation that today is happening in the current healthcare industry. We've been speaking about money pulse, we've been speaking about 4 days of max. But when you hear some few startups, we heard about Yatharth just some time back. And it's all about getting more accountability, credibility, better infrastructure, better patient outcomes. But I think if there's something needs to be done better, my view is on one side, a strong consolidation, this corporate chain or private hospital. But I think capital investment is not just about getting assets or consolidation. Once the patient is in the hospital, once the patient arrives in the hospital, I mean, to me, it's all about better patient outcomes, safety, better access. And look at our journey, what from, I was very happy to hear Aryaman's, look at the slide he presented. There's a huge difference or diversity exists in the country for, tier 2 or tier 3. Look at the rural one versus tier 1. And when I say tier 1, originally tier 2 has started getting into such healthcare accesses, but tier 2, tier 3, and the rural, there's a huge gap. The capital has to be further have some kind of a better accessibility to the patients. We are talking of acute, right? Which means a very emergency situation or a very severe situation like cancer, somebody in a severe pain or cardiac arrest. I'll give you an example from my own currently, which is snake bite environment. I think we don't talk much. We as an organization has a mission to see that how much awareness and how much we change the outcomes of it. And this is what we call golden hour. We have about 1 hour to 3 hours to address those acute situations. Do we have enough ambulances? Do we have enough connectivities? Do we have enough, I would say, expert care to talk to the patient who is just having a chest pain or a pain because of some advanced cancer? We need to do furthermore to address these. And that's where I would request, I would suggest the capital to infuse in that direction, not just about tier 1 consolidation or creating kind of an assets. Fundamentally, if you look at it, it's a 3C we are talking, right? Capital, collaboration, credibility. If you look at the fundamentals of healthcare, it starts contact, comprehensive, coordinated, and the continuity of. I'll park the affordability little later, which is really very relevant to the Indian context. But I would want the capital to play a minor role, have access to mobilize those patients in need of those places towards, the ambulance to be better equipped with equipment, better trained staff, right? Better drug availability, and constant telemonitoring services being, from a center of excellence being directed to therapists once they are enabling the patient to be arriving at a tertiary center. These are my couple of thoughts, Evgeny.
And how do you think we can actually make it more systemic than maybe make it, let's say, procedure-centric? Sometimes when you actually talk about critical care, we become very regimental about maybe improving the procedure rather than caring about the broad systemic kind of an improvement. You think there's some kind of guidance or an overview
I think
to
certainly,
enable that?
because think of a situation, I think, what are the numbers of accidents? Almost 180,000 to 200,000. But it all mired into the, the so-called hassles of what should be done at this spot. We as a common man would speak prohibitive or would not take that risk to come forward and, take those steps. I think that needs to be simplified. That needs to be more encouraged rather than getting into the procedural environment and probably corporate hospitals can have a bit nicer with some kind of government initiatives to ensure that moment when somebody is lying on a road with a traumatic condition, we look at patient safety first or patient care first rather than breathing ourselves not to get started there.
Thank you. Thanks for that perspective. Mr. Lal, from an operational standpoint, let's say, where do you see capital investment truly improving care delivery? Where do they struggle really to bring the entire thing together? Like, do you think, along with the clinical and workflow improvements, do you think there are things that they can improve on which can actually ensure a better delivery of these healthcare systems purely from an operational standpoint?
We run a chain of hospital, which is European-based Medicover hospitals. So, in Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka, and Maharashtra. So, I think first thing first, if private equity is not there, right? So, capital infusion is not there, we will not be growing, right? From one hospital to five hospitals. And like in our country, I think because of private equity, Dr. Pratap Singh ZID, 1980s, he came down from US, established first corporate hospital in India with a private equity of few doctors, right? So I think capital infusion is very, very important. But from specifically operation point of view, I'll quote some examples. I think that is for sure. If good capital infusion is there, operational efficiency of the hospital become very well. I'll give you example. Like these are the days of robotic surgery, bivalent cath labs. All those things are very, very important. Try to understand when we are doing open surgery versus laparoscopic surgery and now robotic surgery. Dramatic changes happen in average length of stay. Earlier, the CABG, you have to cut the breastbone, do the surgery, sometime on pump, sometime off pump, and the patient has to wait 7+3 days. I know we used to take packages 7+3 days. You have to spend some time in the ICU, some time in the ward, and then also it looked very, very bad. And now we have shifted to robotic cardiac surgery. Firstly, we shifted to minimum invasive cardiac surgery, which will reduce the time from 5 hours of surgery to 2 hours. And now with robotic cardiac surgery, it takes just 20 to 30 minutes. So I think that kind of investment, if comes into the healthcare, and it is benefiting patient at large. So every length of stay is going on. The cost of the treatment is also going on. The robotic surgery, I'm surprised to say now every hospital, like get out in the morning at airport, Max is talking about 33 robots. We are talking about robots now. So now most of the surgery is shifting to robotic surgery. Why? Here robots are not doing surgery. They facilitate doctor to do the surgery. So I have seen now some of the insurance companies don't approve the robotic rates. So they do a conventional laparoscopic surgery and charge extra from the patient. So I think it is the time has come where I think we have to use the technology and we have to. COVID is the biggest example. Our hospitals, right from the corporate hospital to last, star doctors are not coming for the virtual consultation. When they have seen the youngsters, they are using virtual platform for consultation. It is happening now. We are the first paperless hospital. I mean paperless means truly paperless hospital. I worked in Apollos. I worked in Rainbow. In fact, the Max and Apollos, if you see, they are using the digital only to a limited to a OPD. IPD is most of the time is this one, but we use 100% paperless. A patient entered to a hospital, our staff nurse, we don't have a nursing station and the medical records. A nurse have a tablet or an iPad, everything is happening there. So I think the capital investment in the operation part of healthcare has changed the way we give the delivery to the patient, and the healthcare is at home. So now healthcare is shifting from the hospital to home. So remote monitoring is happening. Like we are not managed. We have around 100 ICU beds, but we manage 5,000 critical care beds. Why? Because of technology. We have established an ICU workstation in tier 2 and tier 3 cities where you don't have critical care consultant. But our critical care consultant, with the help of this machine learning and AI, they are in touch with these doctors, and we can reduce the cold blue activities so that we can give the consultation on time and we can benefit patient. And this from operation point of view, the quality part of healthcare. We talk about quality and accreditation. Hospital acquired infection rates have gone down. So I think if the capital infusement is there in healthcare, it will change. One more example I'll tell. The pain areas in the hospital, the people who operate in the hospital. It is a patient transport management. Whatever you do, whichever hospital you go, the time consumed patient from the ward to the OT, from the OT back to the CT scan and MRI, and this can be managed by patient care attendants. So you see, entire hospital digital, entire hospital got good technology, but this patient transport management is happening through these people. So we invested in the technology like these cabs, Vero cabs, Ola cabs. And all. So there is an application which is given to 10. They are they see which is the closest transport manager who's there, and wherever these young boys and girls are there, they see okay, there is a call from the ward number 1. Go there, take the patient on a wheelchair, shift them to the ward, shift them to the CT scan, and they don't wait there because a call is waiting for them. So with the help of 42 ward boys or PCA, we have reduced down to only 12 people, and it is app based. So you can control the patient transport management with the help of this technology. I think if we use these kind of thing, it will change the way we give health.
No, absolutely. I think I think technology and innovation are absolutely indispensable. We can always argue about the access or the democratization of technology, both in diagnostics and in therapeutics or in critical care. But the argument of the fact that technology is absolutely indispensable, which brings me to Mr. Sharad. From, let's say, a global policy perspective, what capital and regulatory enablers can accelerate the introduction of advanced therapies, let's say, and evidence-backed innovation in India? Like, if you had to, offer your perspective, what are the current policy frameworks which encourage, let's say, a responsible healthcare innovation? Or are we just unintentionally creating barriers? Like, by arguing for a responsible innovation-backed healthcare delivery.
So one thing that I think everybody will notice is that all three of us have papers in front of us, which means that we take this panel discussion very seriously. Thank you, Voice of Healthcare, for this excellent session. So given that I represent a global biopharma company, I think the fundamental question is, does capital have a role to play in bringing about innovation and R&D? And representing the private sector, I would say fundamentally it does. There's a very, very fundamental role of capital in incentivizing, supporting, creating innovation, new drugs, therapeutics. To the question on what role would financing and regulatory kind of policies have. Let me take a step back and make this a general quiz to all of you. Many of you are physicians also in this room. Do you have any sense of how many molecules biopharma innovators start with at stage 0 of a clinical trial to arrive at one approved drug at the end of phase 3? Any guesses? You can just speak it out loud. Yeah, 10,000. You start with 10,000 candidates to arrive at one approved drug. And the average investment it takes one drug to market is about $2.5 billion US. Now, since us are challenged to wrap our heads around billions and dollars, I did the calculation. That's about 20,000 crore rupees for innovative to come to market at the time that it was conceived. So capital has a role. Now, what can we do to support this capital requirement for innovation? I think that is fundamentally those financial models. We have made a start. The Department of Pharmaceuticals now has this program which is aiming to financially support research and development in India. It's a great step forward. 5,000 crores, but a lot more, needs to be done. Otherwise, how does the private sector take these steps forward in a very high risk, very high capital intensive field? That is one part of the financial. I have a lot more to say on the um, risk proportionate science-based approval pathways. That's a big incentive on the regulatory front that can be provided. Most advanced countries have that. The EU has a prime pathway. The US FDA has a breakthrough pathway. We don't yet have it. You know, how do you accelerate regulatory approvals for truly innovative drugs? That is something that we need to do a lot. Again, a lot of great work is already happening, but great can become even
When you say we, you mean India?
India.
But India, we're barely having
So-
any innovative.
Great point. And that is changing. And that is changing rapidly. There are about 11,000 biotech startups in India today. Okay? This is official data. Not all of them are drug discovery, but some of them are drug discovery. In fact, there is a great anti-infective molecule coming out of a Indian company very, very soon. Right? Who could have imagined innovative anti-infective originating out of India, out of Indian R&D and coming to the market? So things are changing. And therefore, we need to keep pace with what is very quickly. Regulatory harmonization. It's about time that India joins what is called the International Council for Harmonization. This world is all about interoperability. Our standards have to be interoperable with the best in the world and vice versa. It's about time that we as a country join the ICH, which means our regulatory processes, standards are interoperable with the US, with EU, with Japan, with Canada, with Australia, so that our innovations travel faster to the world. Global innovations travel faster. That's the second. The third one, always imagine that representing a innovative global company, I will always say that is intellectual property. I don't think we are doing ourselves as a country any favor by saying we are meeting the minimum requirements. You know, yes, we are meeting TRIPS, but TRIPS is the bare minimum. We are not a bare minimum country. We are a country that is establishing itself increasingly at the forefront of the pharmaceutical supply chain. Our standards have to be now looking at what does it take to be one of the top 5 innovative hubs in the world. And that is not the bare minimum. So we need to have regulatory data protection so that any innovator who is doing clinical trials in India, their data is protected for a period of time. Every innovative country has it. And there is no conversation that's starting that India should. There is an estimate that in 2024, there were 733 clinical trials in India. If we had RDP, you would add another 500 clinical trials in just 1 year, and you would add an additional $3.5 billion of investments into the country through clinical trials. So we need to bring RDP, we need to bring patent linkage. We have a strange system where any company can go to any state drug regulator and get an approval for any drug, and the regulator is not required to check whether this drug is patent protected or not. So you have infringements happening all the time. The federal government grants a patent. This loophole allows the patent to be infringed, and I think we have to plug in gap. So, broadly, financing, a lot more needs to be done. We've taken some steps in the right direction, but regulatory, a lot can be done. We have to believe that in the next decade, we will be one of the best innovative hubs in biopharmaceuticals. And if that has to happen 10 years from now, the policy ecosystem needs to start changing today.
I certainly hope, like you really seem to be optimistic on the innovative, drug production part. I have my doubts, but I really hope that programs like PRIP and all really push, let's say, a better, healthy collaboration between the academia and the industry for them to at least enable innovative drug molecule. And since you have the mic, let me ask the next question, which is basically in the collaborative zone. Let's say because you're a representative of the pharma, from a pharma perspective, what kind of a support do you need from the hospital ecosystem or from the clinician ecosystem to ensure that you have real world data on, let's say, real world evidence basically? And how do you facilitate it?
It's such a great question. And I was listening to the previous panel. And the one word that everyone kept saying was interoperability, standardization. Within one hospital, systems don't talk to each other. Forget about one city and forget about one country. So I would really hope that we can build towards that kind of a system. I'll give you one example. That's again an area that we are very deeply interested in, which is antimicrobial resistance. It is really unfortunate that we don't have standard surveillance protocols. Whether at a government level or in the private sector level, just standard surveillance protocols so we know what is the antibiogram, where is the resistance patterns, how are they changing from one state or one city to the other, how are they changing from one hospital to another. I feel a lot of this kind of work where hospitals can invest in more data standardization and making data more and more available so that public policy can benefit out of this data. I think this is what we.
But again, I would like to argue that at times hospitals do not want that data to go out, especially for HAIs, AMRs,
Absolutely.
etc., because that's going to be basically a blot on the credibility of the hospital. So how do you
I
ensure?
would love to see a day where, in addition to the certification that hospitals talk about, talk about
Yeah, I mean,
outcomes, talk about HAI, talk about actions. And a lot of good hospitals are doing it. It's starting to happen.
No, you are very right. See, because now no common portal. So now most of the accreditation body,
Yeah.
they are creating a common portal, state-wise, city-wise, and all, where you are supposed to upload this data, and they generate this kind of data. Like as of now, hospital only project, first hospital in the country, second hospital in the country, all those things. These are
What is
good.
the barometer?
What is
Yeah,
the
what is
barometer?
the
I think that is very, very important. I think platform like WHO also can make a difference. See, now
True.
every other day you pick up the paper and say you are the best hospital in the country. You are the first. So these kind of thing is good. But what I feel, there should be a parameter. We are dependent upon Western world. Those people come and say Ahmedabad is one of the best cities in the country to live in. Bangalore is the worst city to live in. I think we should have our own barometers, and which they are doing. I think every GST have taken 10 years to come in India, right? So I think we are doing it because we are a democratic setup, and there is a. But I'm sure these kind of activities, specifically about data, we are talking about HAIs and all. Every NABH or any accreditation body, they are managing around 70 to 80 managerial clinical indicators, and there is a forum every month they talk about those indicators. But there is a platform, there is a portal where you upload all those things, and you can see through this thing how this HI is going up and down.
So, Mr. Rajiv, sorry, you had a point?
As I said that with the capital infusion, consolidation, India has truly become a hub for a and I think some corporate hospitals even 50 to 60% of patients coming in from overseas. With this changing environment, I'm sure what Sunira just found to happen. It's sooner it takes place, the better it will be like in.
Okay. Since again you have the mic and purely because of the logistics, my next question would be to you, and that would be what would make hospitals more willing to participate in, let's say, structured real world evidence generation, financial incentives, data support, shared ownership of outcomes. Like, how would you incentivize hospitals to maybe participate in a structured real world kind of a evidence generation? Is there an incentive which you think would work better than the others?
I think the question is more from a viewpoint, but I'll rest of my experience coming forward. So I think as late or as early as Feb 25, there's a publication on the importance of real-world evidence, how it is in Journal of Resuscitation of Pediatrics. And that completely, whereas these remain a gold standard, but there's a need or there's an importance or rapidly growing requirement to have real-world data collating from like it. And I think in terms of requirements, in terms of what are you looking at, I think it's more that should be more reliable, that should be more responsive and relevant. And a couple of things very, very basic, and I'm sure most of the hospitals do have, and maybe equipping further, because this is something that has been longer. Unfortunately, unable to deliver to the world what the wealth of information lies in us. And we tend to follow the, that guidelines, either US or Europe, and forget that what. So, formats, the protocols, very clear objectives. The good part is unless the environment which is followed for a very controlled time bound, we have a the database or the ability to have follow-ups. It could be beyond a defined time period, and data monitoring, good statistical support enable that to go to the publication phase, and finally, but not to have it a very transparent ecosystem of listing and getting into the and IRB website is what is why the merits are known to everybody. I think we are missing out on timelines, and as an organization, I'm sure we as a do it, and there are a couple of things that we tend to do, and I think industry is willing to
Absolutely.
generate that data.
I cannot stress on the gold mine of data that I think most of the clinical care settings are sitting on, because we have the diversity of, our ethnicity is so rich. I'm from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. I think the ethnic diversity is just so huge. We have such diverse gene pools. We have such diverse diets. We live in such diverse geographies. So I think we're sitting on data gold mine, and I think we really need to utilize that. Through better collaboration between clinical settings and academia, because you really need to mine that data to be able to ensure that we set standards for the Indian population. Even the basic biochemistry tests that we have, the bioreferrals that we keep seeing, they're not for our population. We are actually emulating what has been standardized for the Western population. Forget about genomics. Genomics is a completely different ballgame altogether. Because even though we comprise of, I think, 16 to 17% of the world population, we're only contributing about 0.2% of the genomic data in the entire world. All the databases do not have, so to say, brown gene pool. It's all white.
Heavy patient load, the push for government, or in the private, sometimes as simple as the need for a right data coordinators for a specified time is something people look at it, and I'm sure the state would be able to
Absolutely.
look at generating those data.
My final question, and I'll probably have time for one rapid fire question after that. 2 or 3 of you will ask the same question. Mr. Neeraj, standardized protocols are essential for scalability and users. But hospitals value clinician autonomy. So how do you navigate this challenge? Because you have to kind of walk a tightrope between the two. So how do you ensure that that challenge is navigated?
So I think if we don't enter their area, zone of reference, it is fine. I'll give you a very example of this paperless hospital, true paperless hospital. When we started the journey 1 year back, now our all 25 hospitals in tier 2, tier 1 and metros are following the paperless IPD, OPD and each and everything. So I think if you take their buy-in, if you ask them to become a participant in the process, generally doctors are not allowed to participate in the core groups. So we have created champions. If you are not creating champions and if you do not ask them to participate, they come only once. Even they, most of the consultants don't participate in the quality meetings also, right? If you don't give them a space, I always say whenever you pay a salary to a doctor, whether a minimum guarantee or a fee for service, always include salary. One is academic part of it and one is the clinical part of it. Like what data we generate. Like if you go to Western world, suppose a doctor is getting 1 lakh rupees, right? So 80,000 is coming from your clinical work and 20,000 is coming from your academic work. I think this kind of settings is very, very important. I feel sad whenever you go to Google and ask what is happening according to European standard, according to American standard. So I think that we need to do. So clinical autonomy, therefore, I think we have taken our nation into the where participant, like we have a director of cath lab, we have director of cardiology, we have director for academics. So if you do these kind of things, and this paperless journey was a part of that. So that will make the system work. And remember, doctors are not your employees. Like I was signing a contract with one of the doctor, so we are going for IPO now. So he's telling, can I get ESOPs? So doctor don't know they cannot get ESOPs. They're not employees. ESOPs is employee stock options. So they can get pre-stock options. They are not your employees. They are partner in your this thing. So if we partner with them in various projects, what we do into the hospital, I've seen that for the last 24 years. They follow and become a part of that.
Okay, thank you so much to the panel. Just one last, because time's up and that red board is blinking at me. So before they drive me out of the stage, I just one question quickly, maybe a couple of words, one or a couple of words. If there was one area, if somebody gives you 50 crore rupees or maybe 100 or whatever, and if there's one area of healthcare innovation that you had to invest in the previous segment, somebody said genomics and AI, and I was so happy because I'm like a flag bearer of genomics. So if suppose, like each of you had to be asked, what would be that one area where you would invest that money in? What would your answer be? Mr. Rajiv.
So I will what Ritu said in the previous session completely on economics. As early as today morning,
fantastic.
Reliance is doing something kind of a geo disruption, getting the cancer score below 1,000 currently at 10,000. It's today morning, a disruption.
Geofication of genomics. Yeah, that's
I
what
would
they're
put
doing.
my lot of thoughts on
Fantastic.
AI powered point of the revolution that's coming. We are already seeing it in so many areas. You put an X-ray in, you get the diagnosis out. You assist a ultrasound with AI-enabled technology. There are smart stethoscopes which are catching things that the ears are not catching. So I really feel
Smart
this
point of care.
AI-powered point of care diagnostics will bring so many people into treatment who are otherwise being missed.
But again, for AI to be enabled for our population, we need data for our population. So I think that data should go into the training sets to have these programs robust implemented. Mr. Sharad.
I always feel ICU is an area where hospital has health is moving. So if we connect all the ICU through a ICU command center, one main hospital is a hub and spoke model, and all the tier 2, tier 3, because we have a shortage of intensivists in critical care. So if we connect their ICUs with the main ICU of any hospital or any corporate hospital, and we manage all these critical care patients, which we are doing. Like I was talking about, we have 100 ICU beds, but we are managing 5,000 ICU beds. I think healthcare has to reach to tier 2 and tier 3 cities.
So you're saying accessibility. So you would invest in accessibility. Yes. Okay, very diverse point. Thank you, Mr. Neeraj. And that about wraps up the session. Two takeaways, I think. First, I think there's no good money or bad money. There's no good investment or bad investment. I think it's about thoughtful investment. B, I think collaboration, again, is not optional anymore. We need to have collaboration between the different stakeholders, whether it's hospitals, pharma, diagnostics, life sciences, to ensure that healthcare delivery is, absolutely robust and it's available to the last mile. Thank you very much for being such an amazing audience. And yeah, I mean, would love to hear your thoughts off the stage. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Saha, for bringing this brilliantly. If I could please invite you to kindly hand over a memento to all our panelists here. We'll get it for you, ma'am. We'd start by thanking Mr. Rajiv Arora, the President and Cluster Head, Critical Care, Oncology, Hematology and Emergency Medicine, BSV Management. We thank Mr. Sharad Goswami, Senior Director, Global Policy and International Public Affairs, Pfizer, for being here with us and sharing his insights and valuable thoughts. We'll extend our gratitude to Mr. Neeraj Lal, Regional Director, Maharashtra and Karnataka region at Medicover Hospitals, for being extremely powerful during this session and sharing his insights. Thank you so much. And if I may please now invite Dr. Naveen to step up onto the stage to hand over a token of our appreciation to Dr. Saha for bringing out the topic so evidently and relevantly during this panel. Ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Saha. Thank you so much, ma'am. And if I could check. And if I could please invite the panelists and everyone for a group picture, please. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, if I can interest all of you to also please give it a round of applause one last time for all our panelists, Saha, and of course the entire team bringing this together for you. Thank you so much. So far, it has been a wonderful journey, and I'm sure that each one of you has been able to capture some very relevant points from the discussions that we have had so far. But now, from this on, we want to change gears and get into something more deep diving, something more specific. And this is going to be a talk on leadership. Earlier during the day, when Dr. Nishchal was also an opening today's session, he very clearly and evidently said that today's session will not just talk about healthcare, but it will also talk about the leadership that goes through in healthcare to ensure that the patient care and rather all the parameters are very well met through. So, ladies and gentlemen, in this next session, which is titled as Command to Care, a Leadership Journey, of course, we will be bringing along Colonel Saab, who will shortly be joining us here, but it will be a session which is very unique in perspective, because a man who has led or commanded now goes to a different kind of leadership where, as per our perspective, I'm sure we are very keen to hear his perspective on what I am talking about. This is more from our perspective as to how this leadership of now into empathy and of course patient care and of course Medicare healthcare becomes his transition, and how he was able to bring this journey all through and share his insights with us. Ladies and gentlemen, this would be a very hardcore fireside chat and a one-to-one chat. I invite Colonel Rajiv Manali, Chief Executive Officer at the SUT Hospital Trivandrum, to please join us now onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to give a thunderous applause for him. And also, I'm going to welcome Mr. Mayank Badwar, who's our Senior Editor. To please welcome him onto the stage for this very indulging chat, ladies and gentlemen, that we shall all witness. Welcome, Colonel Manali. It is, of course, a pleasure to have you here, sir. Thank you. Over to you, Mayank.
Good afternoon, everyone. Leadership often begins with command, but its true taste lies in care. Today's conversation is about a journey that bridges two worlds that demand courage, clarity, and compassion. Our guest has led men in uniform, where decisions are measured in seconds and stakes are life and death. Today, he leads a super specialty hospital where the battlefield has changed, but the responsibility remains just as profound. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Colonel Rajiv Manali, MD and CEO, SUT Super Speciality Hospital, Pattam, Kerala. Thank you, sir, for joining us. So let me begin by asking. Hello. Hello. So let me begin by asking, uh, uh, you transitioned from an army man to a CEO of a super specialty hospital. So what motivated you for this transition?
Very interesting question. First of all, I must thank you for having me this opportunity to be here. I was actually wondering as to whether listeners would be interested in hearing or learning about the transition, leadership journey, and things like that. Seeing people here and seeing the sort of response, I think it's worthwhile. Now, coming to talk about this journey and what has motivated me, I think I should take my mind back to 1971, 72 era. Two things that have inspired me. Leadership is, we all remember, at the elder ones remember, the 1971 operations, which changed the sort of scenario of this Indo-Pakistan relations. I was a young boy, years old almost, and I was preparing for National Defense Academy. I was motivated to join the forces through the NDA by seeing one image of Captain sitting on the deck of the ship and of Captain INS Kokri going down while saving his entire command. To me, that perspective of command was extremely important. The first motivation to be able to command a leader was undoubtedly that. I think in retrospect, we should put our hands together to appreciate the gentleman who laid down his life for the country. It's pivotal in motivating people like me. First inspiration that I had. The second inspiration, which I think once again, these are all the perspectives of a 17-year-old lad. I was, after having been selected in the services, I was at Command Post Pune sometime in April 1972. And we were put up in the officers' ward in Command Hospital. We were to go through the tests and things like that to be eligible for being selected. And what do I see there? I see hundreds of young officers and men who have lost their limbs in the war, in the minefields. I was actually carried away by the spirit of this gentleman. They were all laughing away, joking about the battlefield experience, things like that, with little worry limbs that they lost. I also saw the nurses who were caring for them. In fact, not only physically caring for them, and even allowing a little bit of mild flirtation. You can, I don't know whether I'm able to express what. And I said, oh God, this is what is care. And I was motivated to say that one, leadership important. Secondly, the care that those nurses of Command Hospital, Pune, then displayed, and as seen by a 17-year-old lad, I remember this today, and I feel that is what care is about. So, if I've transitioned into, now, when I call myself as a caregiver, I think these two aspects of command and care have influenced me.
Okay. So, in what ways does your army discipline helps you improve the hospital efficiency and patient outcomes?
One thing very interesting that there should be more army veterans coming into the healthcare field. Most people may or may not agree, but my perspective is that discipline or the bedrock of discipline, if translated to the healthcare scenario, it could do wonders. I'll just take it this way. I am in my 5th hospital today. I have been in a number of hospitals, including CMC Vellore, where I was there for a brief period of a year. And I don't know, it may be in my destiny, I've been turning around hospitals. That must have been a unique stroke of in all the places where I have had opportunity to work in hospitals. I found the biggest problem was lack of discipline. Lack of discipline amongst the entire category of people in a hospital, starting from doctors down to the lowest. In all these places, I found my personal experience by bringing discipline alone, I could translate into physical, financial discipline and turn around the hospital was not much of a problem. So basically, I feel that discipline has a big role to play. If practiced, every healthcare organization, we could corporate hospitals, mission hospitals, any sort of hospital, if the discipline is brought in, and not through coercion, by sort of, let's say, induced discipline, a discipline which they see on top. I think that would be the ideal transform healthcare, into compassion into care. And I think I once again strongly feel that we must have more from the armed forces into the business.
So, hospitals often function like war zones during emergencies. How do you prepare your team for such moments?
Of hospital management scenario into war zone. For some reason or the other, I like that. Now, how do you prepare people? Let's say code blue, RRT, and things like that, which we are familiar with on a day-to-day basis in a hospital scenario. If you have and we all know it's all about quick reaction. So how do you bring in this quick reaction? I think in an army scenario, especially with this counterinsurgency operations on a daily basis, we used to have and we still have QRT, quick reaction. That means, should there be an incident anywhere, there is a team 24 hours, 24 by 7 to react immediately within the short time of 5-10 minutes. This is exactly what we see in the RRT and Code Blue and Code Violet and any other codes that we can talk about. So the comparison is actually genuine. And we must ensure that our reactions are absolutely in an army way, in a disciplined way. Let's talk about extending it a little. We talk about the golden hour, be it the stroke, be it the death, and things like that. if things have to happen in 60 minutes, the patient is brought in. The patient notices having a problem at home. So the time comes to the hospital to the cataract or the stroke ICU and things like that. So your reaction at every stage, including the ambulance driver, the nursing attendants, emergency room, everywhere, that sense of focus, immediate action, that has to be. And I equate the quick reaction team in the army to a similar structure in the hospital to take care of emergencies.
So, what leadership lessons from the battlefield are most relevant when you are dealing with doctors, nurses, and caregivers?
I think scenario, leader is important. How the people come across him, the command comes across him is very, very important. The leader leads the way. Indian Army is very well known for that. The young officers lead into every battle. Every battlefield scenario, the young officer leads. Quite contrary to some of the other countries, including our neighbors. Doesn't happen. The officers are right behind, asking people to go forward. It does not happen in Indian Army or Indian Army for that matter. And that is where the whole system is. So people see their leaders in action. The leaders lead them where the situation is. I think in a hospital scenario, there is a big role for the leader to be seen available anywhere and everywhere there's a decision to be taken. I think it's immense. The very presence of the leader, the very faith or the trust that the people, the workforce has in the leader, it translates into excellent outcomes. This is my personal belief, and I think wherever I have seen this actually resulting in turning around the hospitals.
Okay. Sir, I have some rapid fire questions for you as well. Uh, One toughest decision a hospital CEO has to make.
I think most decisions are still be it clinical, be it otherwise. I think one of the toughest decisions which I have had to take is when I found clinicians or surgeons for that matter, brilliant, brilliant in their field, but we do not follow the ethical practices that we do. Despite uh, the knowledge, the way they are encouraged to be more ethical, when they have failed to do so, asking them to leave has been a painful and a tough decision. But one has had to do that for the betterment of the society and the healthcare organization at large.
So, army life or hospital life?
I think both have its own plus. If I would look at it from the perspective of my children, one of both of them are doctors today, they would say that they have missed me right through their growing age. I think that's a con. I think that is. I do not know how much well understood that is by my civilian friends who have not been through this army business of being in the army. Your children miss you. You are not there when they have a big event in the family. It's not possible. Likewise, even in healthcare, uh, it's a 24 by 7 job. You want to be there at least present and felt. And very often, you have to put things aside because you are required in the hospital or you are required in various leadership roles in the hospital and outside of it.
Thank you, sir, as we are on short on time. Thank you for sharing your experiences, live lessons with your audience, and thank you so much. Thank
I must thank you all for the hearing. wonderful answering the questions because it was all, there was no script, there was nothing which I could prepare for. It had to come from the heart and it has.
Thank you, sir. Colonel Manali, we can promise you it was more evident for us. So fruitful to hear you, sir. Thank you so much. Do we have Dr. Naveen here? While I request you to stay with us, thinking here, Dr. Naveen, either one of you. Yes. Yeah, I'm also going to be. There is. Dr. Naveen, if I can please request you to hand over a token of appreciation to Colonel Manali here, please. Thank you, Mayank, for taking it so seamlessly and bringing it brilliantly. Thank you so much. Dr. Naveen, if I could also request you to hand it over to our friend Mayank also. Thank you, Colonel Manali. Thank you so much, sir. But I think, yes, we'll have a picture together, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from this, once again, we will shift our focus from individual leadership to a more holistic approach. And at this juncture, we are getting into a keynote which actually explores how capital infusion, infrastructure expansion, and the new care delivery models are truly redefining healthcare access, and especially in the context of tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Earlier during the panel discussion, this was a point which was fairly touched upon, which was speaking about the fact of healthcare availability and accessibility in the tier 2 and tier 3. So from this perspective, this next keynote becomes even more important and relevant. So to give in this keynote, let me please invite Dr. Giridhar Gyani, who is the Director General, Association of Healthcare Providers India, AHPI, to please step up on the stage and share his views and opinions about the same. You can do a better round of applause. Please, good ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you here, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. So this topic, actually, what has been given to me, there is a future going in the healthcare, how we are expanding our infrastructure, what is happening precisely in the government. Now, to begin with, I will say the first major positive which has happened in past 1 week is that we have regained our full-time health minister. So that is the most important thing that has happened, let me tell you. Because past 1 year, we have been more or less struggling to meet with him. We hardly get any time to meet with him, and that too, very unfocused discussion happens whenever we meet with him. But now I think things will change. That is one. Second most positive thing which is happening in the government is now that we have now full-time member in the Niti Aayog. Other than the health, Dr. Vinod Paul is already there. But there is now one member appointed only for the purpose of doing ease of business. And his focus now is healthcare. That is the second positive which has happened of late. Now, otherwise, because I keep meeting with the government very frequently, the focus now is bringing back. See, let me tell you, many people say that why government is not able to increase the GDP investment more than 2%. Let me tell you, the inside story is that government is focused on making India a developed country by 2047. Now, for that purpose, the first priority becomes the infrastructure. Because only infrastructure will make you, inching towards the developed country. That is one. Second investment which is going in the defense. Because somehow the government priority now is that unless we are self-sufficient in the defense, most of our money was going into import of defense equipment. A lot of effort and money is going into not only buying equipment but buying technology. That is the second area of investment. Third investment is in the agriculture because that is our political priority as well as the necessity of the nation. So that is where, we may talk the healthcare is important, but in terms of investment, the priority of healthcare comes at number 5 or number 6. So that is where we are. But at the same time, now government has started thinking of really bringing universal health coverage in true sense. Now, why I'm saying in true sense? Because one of the report which we are submitted to the government of India, now they are working on it. This report was, number one, what is the health infrastructure? So we found that there are around 2.2 million beds. And out of which, actually, we need 4 million beds. So that means that is going to be a push in that direction. How that push will happen, I will cover later. So that is 2.2 million to 4 million beds. Second most worrying point for the government was the disparity from state to state. Now, this was never noticed by the government. The disparity is that Bihar is the state in the lowest place, having 0.3 beds per 1,000 population. Mind you, the figure I am quoting, 0.3 beds per 1,000 population, while Karnataka is having 4.2 beds per 1,000 population. So that is a kind of variation which India is having. So now I think the government is trying to, ultimately health is the state subject. But even let us say government of Bihar was not aware about it, that this is where they are. Now, for example, Delhi is very well placed, more than 3 beds per 1,000 population. But still you never get the bed. Why? Because the people from Madhya Pradesh, from Haryana, from Uttar Pradesh, and from Bihar, they all rush to Delhi. So that is where you never get the bed. So that now is going to be a serious push from central government to these states, giving the respective data that you have 1.4 beds, you have got 2 beds, or things like that. That is the second priority. Third is on the accessibility. Now, accessibility, the government has noticed. For example, the data, let me tell you 2 data I will quote. For example, Telangana has got around 126 what we call tertiary care hospitals. 126. Out of which 118 are in Hyderabad. So again, a serious problem. That means for rest of the Telangana, virtually has no tertiary care. Everybody has to come to Hyderabad or Secunderabad. So these are the issues now where the government is seriously working on it. In terms of doctors, the WHO will tell you that we have got 1.3 million doctors, which is good enough, 1 doctor per 1,000 population. But sorry, out of this 1.3 million, only around 60% doctors are having the PG qualification. So that means practically we have only that many doctors available to take care of the patient. Because MBBS today, I don't know, I'm very sorry to say, we don't really consider them as the doctor. They are doing the whole junior residential job. Anyway, so this is where again the number of PG seats have to be increased, and the latest is that we might push into the parliament to bring an exclusive PGI kind of institution in the country. That means exclusive PG institute, so that all these undergraduate seats, which we are increasing now, 110,000, can get into the admission at fast track rate. So this is what actually is the third priority, what is happening. One more investment which recently, now in the budget you will find, it will happen now, is the budget for indigenization of the medical equipment and medical devices. So that area, government is now convinced that like in defense, we were investing too much money on import. Similarly, that much money is going into import of the medical devices and medical equipment, radiology, I would say, and even the diagnostics. So that push is going to come very soon, and already I think that 4 hardware park have been set up in the medical devices. So you will find the productionizing happening in that sense, because government now, the latest thinking of the government is not only to make the requirement for our own country, but also export. Similar the way defense is being exported. I think that way government is very clear to improve the economy or come into the segment of top three economy. We have to focus on few these areas which actually is going to happen. So that is about the healthcare infrastructure. Fourth thing which I would like to mention is on the diagnostic side. In the panel, you find that genomics is happening, personalized care is coming up. Now, these areas, ICMR actually is going to push little more effort now and involve the private healthcare sector in the country so that we focus on that area. So that is the fourth area which government now is focusing. One more area which I would like to focus, because the way I am looking at the government thinking, is the National Health Authority. I think their push on digitalization, unfortunately, has gone very, very slow. Actually, that is, I think they have got a full-time CEO. Unfortunately, such an important organization did not have the full-time CEO for after R.S. Sharma left. But now I think they have got the full-time CEO. So we will be seeing that National Digital Health Mission will go into the fast track. And you will really find that all digitization, they are taking help of the ISRO, so that we will have the digitization of the healthcare, pharmacy, things like any healthcare establishment will be done through the ISRO, and we will have the directory of these things. Plus, Aadhaar number, which also has gone little slow, again will be picked up, and we would like to give 100% population will be covered for the Aadhaar number. And finally, the last thing which government is worried at the highest level I am quoting now is that unfortunately the Ayushman Bharat on paper looks very good, that 40% population is covered. State like Telangana and Andhra rather are covering 90% of the population, but on practical side, these beneficiaries are actually not getting the benefit by the private sector. Why I am saying private sector? For the 86%, as per the statistics released by them, 86% of the tertiary care beds are in the private sector. And unless the private sector takes the patient of the Ayushman Bharat, this system will not actually really materialize. And that is at the highest level, again I am saying, is the biggest worry. So now what the thinking is going on is, because states like Telangana and Andhra, and even to some extent Tamil Nadu, and now recently Rajasthan is saying that we will cover 100% population under the Ayushman Bharat. But central government is determined to give only 60% money for the beneficiary initially defined. So that means rest of the money has to come from the state government, which unfortunately even state do not have the money. So I think this is where now government is thinking, can we go into the insurance model? So that I think process is on now, because otherwise, and third one is that government is also thinking of introducing co-payment. Co-payment in the CGHS to begin with, so that some of the major hospitals take the CGHS patient, and the difference between what is being given by government and what is the market rate of the hospital paid directly by the beneficiary. And most of central government beneficiaries, as I contact with them in their association, they are prepared for this particular model. So that is another thing which is happening. So all in all, I will say we are moving into very positive direction. There is a huge potential in the healthcare. Simple fact is from 2.2 million to 4 million beds if you have to go. And oh, sorry, last thing I forgot, because you mentioned about tier 3. Now, from the Prime Minister's office, the requirement is immediately to have 3,000 new hospitals with 100 bed and above in the tier 3 towns, for which the incentives are being worked out. And these incentives will be like single window clearance, giving loan at 6.5%, giving subsidy on the electricity, and helping them in acquiring the land. So these are the four areas which government is working now. Because unless you have got tertiary care hospital in tier 3 town, I think Ayushman Bharat, or for that matter, healthcare delivery in our country will not actually work. So I think these are the things I will tell you that government really is now getting focused. And the two things which I told you, health minister joining full time and the member in the Niti Aayog which is working on how do we make the business easy in the healthcare. You will see the results, I think, very soon because this particular member was highest serving cabinet secretary for 5 years. You can understand his background and that is where from he is coming. So I think these are some of the things I thought I will share with you. And we should have all very positive frame of mind that we are in the business of healthcare and which is going to really show us. So ultimately, let me tell you, we will not be developed nation unless we are also developed in the healthcare. So I think with that, thank you very much. I know we are having very shortage of time. Thank you very much.
I'll request you to stay with me. Yes, sir, please. I'll request you to stay with me while I invite Dr. Naveen to please once again step up onto the stage and uh, present a small token of our appreciation and our gratitude, sir, for sharing your insights and your thoughts with us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Gyani, for that insightful talk. Of course, giving us a very fair perspective firsthand about how the government is looking at many aspects of healthcare and how critical and important now, and how fast-paced things are now moving forward. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the next session that we are getting into is the P4 healthcare model, which is predictive, preventive, personalized, and participatory. Represents a fundamental shift in how we approach longevity, disease management, and patient empowerment. So this next session is again a presentation which we'd like you to focus upon. And for this, I'm inviting on stage Dr. Arjun, who's the Medical Director for AMTZ, which is Andhra Pradesh MedTech Zone. So I'll invite him to please step up onto the stage and share his presentation. Welcome, sir.
Jai Hind, everyone. Good afternoon. I am Dr. Arjun, currently the medical director at Andhra Pradesh MedTech Zone. Dr. Giridhar Jnani was mentioning that India has come up with medical technology zones. I represent one of the medical technology zones in Andhra Pradesh MedTech Zone. I'm also part of the Kannam Institute of Health Technology, where we congregate research from across domains. So this presentation is one of the group discussion that we had with multiple stakeholders with health. We have put this together. So we have different models of healthcare. And so far we have been looking at public-private partnership, and we would like to extend it to people, including into the partnership so that we get the feedback done. What is voice? So this session is called as voice. What is voice? Voice has many definitions, but one of the most beautiful ones is the expression of an individual which impacts one who is receiving it. And here, every one of us are truly the voice of healthcare. What we express is going to have a short-term or a long-term impression on everyone. And then, of course, we have the ancient land of Bharat, the land which has been treasure trove for thousands of years. And today, with the new interventions that are coming up, the modern science and technology which is coming up, how can we merge all of this? Where do I? Next slide, please. Okay, So when it comes to health, there is a certain definition of health. Health comes from the Old English word heal, and the past tense of it is. So in the Old English word, health means heal. So heal is what health stands for. So here we are, constantly healing. Every single moment of time, our cells divide. Depending on the environment, depending on the toxins, depending on the availability of resources, the health is a dynamic situation. And because of that, each and every one of us, mother, father, a teacher, every single individual is truly a hero towards healthcare. Healthcare is actually not a boring system, it's a quest. If somebody is sick, a doctor tends to see why is this person sick? Why is my child sick? A mother wants to. So every single individual is truly a hero for health. And the villain, what are the villains in this story? The villains are pollution. Pollution is a villain. We know that soil, air, and water pollution is definitely something which is ensuring that the quality of health drops. We know the food quality, if it is not good, it drops inequality, where we have a superiority complex which runs in some people, or sometimes inferiority complex which runs in a group of people, can actually impact the delivery of health. And finally, the lifespan which has not been measured appropriately. So what does this be for? We do have multiple definitions for people, but for this discussion, I would like to take the public, the government bodies which is collecting the data, the private sector, all the individual people, companies, and the partnership which can happen with the people, the direct users of all the care and delivery that we do. So what is Ayush? Ayush is a very old Sanskrit term which means quality longevity. Ayush stands for quality longevity. And today, because of the medical modern interventions that's available, we know for sure each and every individual today can live up to 100 years. That's something which we can promise if we take care of our health. There is science that can support this. There are tons of research which is coming up. So taking this further, let's have this entire healthcare scenario taken up as a game. Why game? Because if the end outcome is every individual must have 100 years, it can be tailored up. So the first component that we take up is capital transformation. We will go into this. So capital transformation. As of now, we have been considering capital as the cost of treatment, cost of infrastructure. But it's about time we change this entire paradigm towards cost of life. What is the money? What is the amount of capital that we need to ensure the cost of life? How can we do this collectively? Health is not a luxury. Health is necessity. So one of the key things which our ancient Indians bring is there is no cost of life. It's gift of life. Every single life is important and must be upheld. And then we go, if we can take up, what do we need to do in the level one? First is the change in the definition that we have to go. The capital transformation must become the cost of life transformation. This is the first essential direction any healthcare organizer can take up. And we have healthcare resources are currently working in silos. It could be a single hospital, it could be a single individual who has a certain amount of data. We have to put it all together. When this infrastructure evolves, there are humans, animals, environment, the entire thing. So one health spaces begin to evolve. One impacts the other. The indiscriminate use of resources is actually impacting the environment and animals, and that in fact reverses back and it reverses again. When we are looking at healthcare, it becomes extremely important that we look at it from this core paradigm: the soil, the water, the air. This impacts health directly. And then we have, as of now, we have been talking of rural disparity. But what's really ironic is this: health in the urban systems is actually not good. What's the quality of life for a person living in the city? Yes, he or she has access to hospital. But what we know for sure is the quality of children who are in rural systems. They have better milestones reached than a child who is in the city. Most of the cities have a really large number of hospitals, or rather schools, for children who have not reached milestone. And why is this? That's because, like we discussed previously, the air, soil, and food has absolutely been compromised. So the next phase of this direction where we are going is the entire urban system. will go through a overhaul. It could be working with the rooftop gardens, breathable cities. The soil in the city should be something, or the water in the city should be something where the child can drink directly. The earth source water is something if the child can drink directly. That's when we know we have achieved the quality health care that we look for. In India, we do have the data which is coming from multiple different systems that has been running around for tons of years. And integrating them, all of it becomes very important. So this is AIM2Z. This is where I work. And what we are looking right now is something called as the Beyond Blue Revolution. So you must have heard of this blue zone where people live for 100 years. What if we can bring the principles and strategies that's happening in those 100 years achieved zones and bring it to the cities of India? Now, that's a direction which every single healthcare organization can take up. And with this regard, I would like to say, in fact, AIM is coming up with hospitals. We are working on something called Made in India Hospital. All the equipment in this zone will be made in India. We are looking for partnerships. Those of you who are interested, please reach out to me after this conversation. But I'd love to take this forward. We go towards the next level to how do we work towards it? It's rural, agro, and forest health. The tons of resources which is actually available in our farms, the real nature. We have not looked at zero harm waste systems from our healthcare. The entire hospital, we are still dumping most of our medicines under the ground. We need better systems. Until we fix what we are hurting the system, the nature with, we might not be able to achieve the dream that everybody sees. Of course, honoring the traditional forest communities. Now, this is something which becomes extremely important. They are surviving. Some of them are living for 80, 90, 100 years, working. They have something that we don't know. And what is it? How can we bring it to the mainstream? So schools. Now, this is where we would like to introduce the concept called transforming school into health lab. Why do we need education? Education is so that we survive. Education is so that we get money. Right? Everybody wants to be healthy and happy. And the schooling system was designed, was tailored. Some say it was for the industrial revolution, but this is actually the core purpose to survive. And if the schools can teach the system, how can we help the healthcare model? How can we bring the knowledge, skill, and attitude of healthcare into academics? How do we help the children in achieving milestones that the child has not achieved? Many times, a lot of children, a lot of parents don't know the child is actually not reaching up to the milestones. What are the strategies that needs to be put? And of course, once we have the data collected from one place, how can we bring about a joint process? Next, the students have to, we must use the healthcare resources. The students can be used as river rangers, eco-auditors, or the mentorship programs where we can bring the children to test the soil water and partner with the existing municipality, the hospital. This is a very big step where if the local hospital can partner with schools and university and start working towards rectifying the water, drains, soil, it's going to be a very important step. Reaching the wisdom. We have the knowledge that we need, but we don't have the system to receive or share the knowledge. This must become a very important step. Hospitals are currently being looked upon. It's silos. We have the gestational episode of disease, the data of the disease, and then we believe that's healthcare. No, that's disease care. The healthcare is another domain, a domain which has much more data that can be collected, a lot of data that can be put together, and we can actually work along with this. Prevention first is everybody talks of it, but what are the strategies that we need to do? How can we help it rectifying from the core? Nutrition, water. This is something which I've been working with children who have not reached their milestone for a very long time. Cities, the children are consuming food that's laden with pesticides and herbicides. It's grown from a same plot of land, and the mineral content in that is much, much lesser than the child who is receiving the same kind of substance in a village. So we have to be working in a completely different way. Take a detour, look at the reality with the data, and then take this step forward. Finally, if we can manage to level up, we will be able to build ecosystem. This is where every water, soil, food, and the designs can be done and openly accessible for everyone. And this is it's a boss level. since it is a game, our aim is to ensure that everybody gets 100 years, everybody wins, everybody is rich. And in this, we can create a system where it is patient-centered. Truly, every doctor is actually serving the patient. Every healer is actually serving the patient. And in between this healer and the somebody who is suffering, we have this entire system of healthcare organizations which is supporting the care. If that can be tailored better with the power to people and keeping the vision of a long, strong life. If we can do that together, I think we are in a good place. Now, coming to what is the call to action? If each and everyone here, if you can get one meal, just one meal without pesticides and herbicides in a day, even if we can aim for that direction, that is the direction which, as a healthcare system, as a healthcare organization, we can plan. Now, that's the first step. And if we can give it to every child that's going to be born in this country, we can make that available to every child. Then we are in a much bigger step. And then, of course, collecting all this data, putting it together, and amplifying that. So finally, why all this? All of us want to be healthy. All of us want to be happy. This is the bottom line. Everybody. Why do we need power? Why do we need knowledge? Bottom line, we want to be healthy and happy. For ourselves, for our loved ones, for our family. How can we do that? And if we can aim a quality longevity for every life, and I'm really sorry, this is actually a work that has been put together by multiple teams and from Kalam Institute of Health Technology. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll be moving on to the next section. Those of you who are interested to work with us, partner with us, please reach out to us. It's an honor, and it's definitely a privilege that we can work with people with such vast knowledge. Thank you.
Yeah, please, if you can join it. I'll also invite Dr. Naveen to please kindly join and hand over a small token of our gratitude. Yeah, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, collectively, ladies and gentlemen, one topic that is truly emerging so far that we are talking about is the expansion of healthcare across tier 2, tier 3, as we speak about more collectively across Bharat. Now, this next topic that we are divulging in is a panel discussion, which will very much deep dive and almost sum up and cover up all that we have spoken about it. But how this is already panning out, how the infrastructure development, how the capital deployment in the healthcare field is already panning out in the country. We have a small video that we'd like to showcase to you as one of the participating members in this panel discussion, and what is it that they are doing already in this state. So you want to show you this film, and then we'll continue the conversation. We have this.
घर वाले जब साथ आते हैं तो समझ आता है कि यहाँ तो हर कोई स्पेशलिस्ट है। मम्मी स्पेशलिस्ट खाने की, तो पापा स्पेशलिस्ट गाना गाने के, दादू स्पेशलिस्ट घर फिक्स करने के, तो दादी स्पेशलिस्ट कहानियां बनाने की।
अम्मा जी के पास हर बार एक नई कहानी होती है।
पर जब इन सब स्पेशलिस्ट को जरूरत पड़ती है तो ये अपने स्पेशलिस्ट के पास जाते हैं।
डोंट वरी, घबराने की कोई बात नहीं, शी इज ओके।
रीजेंसी हेल्थ हमारी वर्ल्ड क्लास मेडिकल एक्सपर्टीज बनाती है हमें आपके घर के हर स्पेशलिस्ट का भरोसे का स्पेशलिस्ट।
Before I invite this panel, once again, ladies and gentlemen, it is my moment while we set the panel very quickly. This is my moment to quickly get on and once again get our brain teaser. Remember, we did one in the morning, so we want to do one more right now. And of course, till that time, while we set up the stage for the panel as well, and bring you back to action. And this one is going to be a little more pressing. And gentlemen, could you say yes loudly? Yes, a little louder. Yes. You have just volunteered. Please come. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Don't worry. We'll have to once again. What's your name, sir?
My name is Kamil Khan.
Kamil Khan. Kamil, if you can be right here. So, ladies and gentlemen, Kamil, I will not make this at all derogatory for you. Don't worry about it at all. We just have fun together. Ladies and gentlemen, I have chosen a friend. See, it's an opportunity also to network around. So, we wanted to give, all of us have been sitting very straight jacket, right? We wanted to also make a friend. So this is the time when we request you very quickly to look around the room, to your left, to your right, to your somebody sitting behind you, and make one friend. You have to find. You have to stop looking at us to find around you. Okay. Very important, very important. You have to find a friend. Like I found someone, you have to find also somebody around you. Now, if you found your friend, it is very critical that you hold his or her hand and raise it. This is important. You will get to know that you're alone. Yeah, this is the only way. Thank you. Brilliant. This is a very short exercise just to get to know that we are all with somebody. Now, you see, healthcare is right now to like a catch 69 situation where everybody is trying to do something, but somehow we are going into the vicious circle. So this is something similar on lines. Can I request everybody now to raise their index finger, please? Index finger. And I would also want you to pull out your left palm and face towards your friend. And face towards me. Your index finger on your right hand. Index on the right and left arm out. Okay? Your reverse. Okay. This one. Brilliant. Okay? Now I want you to face towards your friend and keep your finger on the palm of your friend. This is very interesting. How can you do it yourself? Your friend. Okay? On the count of 3, what you have to do is you have to protect your finger and catch your partner's finger. All of this will happen at the same time. 1, 2, 3, go. Don't worry. This was just a practice round. We'll do this one more time. Okay, one more time, just to get to know. How can you do your own? Yeah, but that is the whole point. Where you have to kind of get up. Healthcare is all about also being healthy, right? So get up and come on, do this. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. You got it this time now. Thank you so much. Thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And we're hoping. Thank you. And we're hoping that once again your senses are again ready in this next section, because this is also the final session which kind of puts across the healthcare scene across Bharat. Ladies and gentlemen, in this session, since we are all ready, so I will not take any more time here and straight away get into inviting our panelists. I wish to start by inviting Dr. Gilbert Ghani, who is our Director General for the... Okay. All right. So, I stand corrected. So I were to start by inviting Mr. Rajiv Nath, Managing Director of Hindustan Syringe and Medical Devices Limited. If you can please join in on the table, please. Could I also invite Mr. Ashish Taneja, Founding Partner and CEO for GrowX Ventures. We'll invite Mr. Abhishek Kapoor, Chief Executive Officer for Regency Healthcare, who we also had the opportunity to witness shortly their brand working tirelessly across Bharat. Thank you so much. Dr. Sanjeev Gupta, Group Medical Director, Action Group of Hospitals, Professor for the Quality Council of India, National Accreditation Board for Hospitals and Healthcare Providers. Please welcome in, sir. And we'll also invite Dr. I'm sorry, we'll invite Mr. Gaurav Khurana as well to please step up. Earlier, we had the opportunity. He could not have made it, so we'll invite Gaurav to please share his views at this point of time and join. Gaurav Khurana is the Group CEO for Avanti Hospitals in partnership with Ujala. And to moderate this session, let me invite Dr. Arjun, Medical Director for AMTZ, to please preside this as the moderator of the session. Welcome, in, sir. So, Dr. Arjun, we hand over the baton to you. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome, everyone, for this. So this is going to be a discussion, a deep dive into how investment, infrastructure growth, and delivery models are reshaping healthcare across India, to and cities. And the first is going to be on capital flows, investment, scalability, market readiness in type 2 and type 3 cities. And I would like to begin the first question to Rajiv Nath, sir. Considering India's growing manufacturing and medtech capacity, what investment priorities can accelerate device access and the care ecosystem?
Thank you. Thanks for the question, and it's very much aligned to the National Medical Device Policy, which was announced in 2023 by the Honorable Prime Minister of India. We've set aside leading manufacturing of medical devices globally and move over from 70% import dependent and to reduce it to below 30% import dependence over there. So in terms of the strategy, the government already has a 6-point strategy over there. From IMED, we very much seek the government to actually work on that 6-point program that we have put there into place. But to elaborate on what you've sought over here, considering the word Bharat that you used over there, so I would like to definitely point out from moving from India to Bharat, to have a more diversified base in the country. There are nearly 14 state governments talking to our association, IMED, for putting up medtech clusters or parks, or putting up medtech policies in their particular states over there. 6 of the states already have got physical infrastructure already in that particular section over there. And the good thing is that most of these parks or clusters which are coming up are not coming up in the existing metro cities, except for the one in Hyderabad. Everything else pretty much is coming up in tier 2 or tier 3 townships or in the backyards, I would say. So this is something which is very important because it's bringing manufacturing into the hinterland of the country. And that's going to be helping the economical growth of that particular region also, as well as the specialization over there. The next part over there is the area of investment support. So here, the government of India last year had done a follow-on on the earlier PLI scheme, which was large multinational companies, and they decided to have the margin investment scheme, the skill building scheme, the R&D support scheme, and also the clinical studies support scheme. These are again schemes which have again been re-announced this year for a fresh round of applications, seeking support to the manufacturers in these various activities over here. So manufacturers sitting into this room over here, if you want to avail those advantages, this is the time now for fill up those applications over there.
Rajiv sir, we'll come back to you. The will be taken up by Ashish. We'll take it out.
Sure.
Thank you so much, sir. As an investor working closely with the health tech and care delivery innovations that's happening, where do you see the potential for scalable investment, especially in non-metro? I said that there is a direction which is going towards most of the parks are coming in non-metro India. So how do you see the investments happening?
No, I think Bharat is one, India is one, and over the last decade too, we've seen uh, a lot of infra build up in the metro cities, which is logical. These are the centers of excellence, and organizations like Medanta, Apollo, Max, they kind of scale up and build a blueprint into what it is. When they were scaling up, those times were different. Those times necessitated setting up large facilities. Even 1,000 bed facility, small. These were capex heavy. Attracting doctors were easier to meet cities, and providing world-class facilities in a single location was far better. And over the years, technology has taken center stage. And more than that, people have realized the value of asset-light models as well. From heavy capex moving to asset light, and those they are relevant. 20 years ago, as people had to do that, people would have lost a lot of money. So my view is that the growth we've seen in part of India and next couple of decades is going to be more around asset-light models, and the model would leverage these centers of excellence created in the big cities. To think of it as a hub and spoke model, think of it as a tech-led distribution where there is point of care, there is leverage of technology, and people are reaching targets, right? It's going to be good for us as a country to learn from, smaller countries like Thailand, Indonesia. Even today, I feel better care system. As Indians, we like it. You go to a hospital in Thailand or compared to a hospital in Gujarat, see the difference. The difference in terms of patient care, delivery methods, leverage of technology, and so on and so forth. We get a bunch of learnings drop there. So yes, asset-light models, relying on tech in a big way, leveraging the capability we developed in bigger cities.
Ashish, from what Rajiv sir said and from what she just over to you. So, what investment model do you see ensures both maintenance of the clinical quality, which is very important, and then also the sustainable expansion? So, usually what ends up happening is if the expansion happens quick, care the quality of care drops. It's well known. So, how can we, from your experience, without overburdening the health infrastructure, how can we increase it in size? How can we expand it? Scale it? Thank you.
Hi, this is Abhishek. Like like Ashish pointed out, healthcare investments have evolved over time. Today, 75% of all our expansion and our asset-light model. For the same capital, you can almost in asset-light model, you can create 3 hospitals for the price of one. And of course, technology. I mean, sooner or later, I mean, in the entire Indian landscape, we were as an industry, we were the last to sort of get onto the bandwagon. But 4 years, every patient journey will be accessed through first platform. That time is not far. So we have to, going forward, we need to leverage all of this. Talk about quality of manpower, etc. Expanding too fast. See, it's an entire ecosystem. And hospital owners or hospital providers alone cannot do justice. For example, we have to, we operate solely in UP, and we are at about 100 beds and 235 beds. The entire ecosystem around it, schools, medical schools, everything has to ramp up at the same pace. If everything does not ramp up at the same pace, then that's where we get problem, right? I mean, you can open 1,000 more hospitals, but you have doctors, then it's a problem. If you have 100 times more doctors being produced, but hospitals not there, then it's also a problem. So I think everything has to be there. The digital ecosystem has to be there. The doctors have to be there. The paramedics, the nurses, the assets itself, right? I mean, it's still a very, very brick and mortar business, right? I mean, you can't take a hospital and put it on cloud. You still need to invest that much capex into land, building, equipment, etc. And the take away. I mean, of course, AI and technology can aid a lot of things. You can, so right now, we're using AI and technology, everything to get more efficiency into the business, right? Ultimately, the last mile is being provided by the equipments, etc. So it's a very it's a very, very large topic that you've sustainable expansion. I think if there is any sustainable expansion, I mean, there are always lags. There will always be something will come first, and there'll be a lagging indicator, but everybody has to keep stepping forward in the right direction.
Thank you. Really wonderful insight. Actually, this is something which all of us have to reconsider. AI is a tool. It cannot replace human touch. This is something which, as healthcare professionals, we should be very clear about. Thank you for bringing in the components of healthcare. Begins from it could be doctor-patient relationship through the entire. It could be just a person who is just pushing the wheelchair. But even that person is extremely important in the quality of care. Thank you, sir, for bringing that point up. Over to Sanjeev Gupta ji. Dr. Sanjeev Gupta, evaluating hospitals for accreditation happening, NABH and lots of systems of accreditation are out there. Where do you see the biggest gap in infrastructure and capacity in Tier 3 hospitals? And do you think, and what's your reading of what investment areas close these gaps?
Thank you so much for asking such a relevant question and common point, especially people who are practicing in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. I happen to part of assessments and could able to see it right from the ground. So nowadays, facilities which are in Tier 2 and Tier 3, they do invest on infrastructure, unless it is years old this thing. But the major gap I feel is that people don't invest on people. If you don't invest on people, obviously care is compromised. It is the sole objective of creating any healthcare. Many times it happens because the right people are not available because of Tier 2 and Tier 3. For instance, if somebody wants to start any cardiac program, and for that make it a program, you have a cardiac surgery program, but getting a person may be challenging. So then they are stuck what to do, and at times they are stuck if any complication happens. In simple solution could be if we do a hospitals. Perfusions is there. Normally cardiac surgeries are planned surgeries. We can easily do, and we can easily do, but normally I see that people don't do that before. Secondly, accreditation, getting the right quality executives are because people are not duly trained on quality. Most of them are really know how to be close, but that is not the objective of getting a NABH accreditation. It is bigger picture people need to address to. So I believe people need to understand systems and processes. So again, that is a challenge in the smallest. It is available in corporate hospitals in metro cities. So that is one challenge. So again, we need to create some online system. And lastly, one more thing, we all spoke about hub and spoke. I don't know if you actually know how this works, because I not always hub and spoke. How many of you know actually? Please raise your hand. How a hub and spoke model works in a hospital. The one hand, two hands, so, four hands. Typically, how it works, especially it is so pertinent in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, and done it in the management program. So many of us are medical professionals. So it happens in two ways: either it is ischemic or it is hemorrhagic, right? So stroke can be managed most of the centers if you have those medications to manage that. For example, however, hemorrhagic is managed in a high-end cath lab, right? So which is a needs to get one person, especially neurosurgeon, on neuro. So again, that is a challenge in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So typically, we have done it in Ahmedabad. Once I was, part of that system in Zydus Hospital. So how typically we worked, we have lined up 4, 5 centers in the periphery within 150 kilometers of Ahmedabad, wherein people were not having the of neuro intervention doctors. So their CT scan was aligned with the TI tool, and the moment any stroke was there, so we could able to guide those centers if it was ischemic, what medications to be started immediately, so that people don't rush in ambulance and miss out at times on these golden hours. And typically, how hemorrhagic one we could able to at least rush them to our hospital could able to do on time immediate interventions in many lives. So trust me, within 6 months we have saved more than 200 lives. This is because they were challenged in terms of getting those human resource and of course.
Thank you, sir. That definitely requires applause because saving 200 lives, especially when it is not sure if it's hemorrhagic or if it is ischemic, it's a huge thing. It's a huge step. Thank you, sir, for sharing that. Over to Gaurav Khanna, sir. Gaurav Khanna. So, from your experience, what investment models can help mid-sized hospitals networks, the mid-sized hospital networks in a city grow without compromising affordability? So this is actually a person has maybe X amount of money, 5,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees, but they still need care. How do you see that there can be a capital infrastructure which can improve the quality without compromising?
List of the urban model. We have hospitals across Punjab, one at Srinagar. Now with the General Atlantic funding, we have partnered with Ujala Sickness, and we are now 3,000 beds altogether in comparative. So we take the integration there, how exactly people are in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, not from 1 or 2 years now. It's been 35 years that the company has been the Punjab, and we've been expanding. And the expansion is in the sense that we also go for EMI facilities for patients. It ranges from 14,000 to 14 lakhs of business. There are some prerequisites. It's a 0% interest. So we try to do. If you talk about tier 2 and tier 3 cities, the insurance is not much. People still are not aware about the insurance. And when you talk about tier 3, most of the insurance companies, thanks to IRDA, they have given us cashless anywhere facility. So we can reach out to the company, we can reach out to, and thanks to the public schemes, the Ayushman Bharat, the other schemes that are coming in, CGHS has raised the bar and they have given a good rate. Now ECHS has followed, ASI. So more of health coming into, more of hospitals coming in, so more expansions coming in. So best of the corporates are looking at tier 1 and tier 2, tier 3 cities. So affordability, we've also had a crowdfunding. So it's not that patient has even a 0 rupee. We don't refuse a patient. That's the CSR activity that Mandeep Group functions. So we've catered to approximately 18 lakhs we have saved from crowdfunding. We have a credibility across Jammu, Kashmir, Himachal, and similarly in Punjab. So we take the pride that any patient who falls ill will come to the hospital without. And we were the best in the territory to bring in the best of the accreditations. Be it the robotic surgery, as we're talking now, we are inaugurating at GP Road Prime Hospital 3D, which will help the patients. More affordability will come into picture.
Thank you so much, Gaurav. So now that's a brilliant model which you have incorporated to bring about affordability, and those hospital owners or the healthcare workers who would like to look at it, I think you should reach out to them. If we can create models and share these models appropriately as an open source system, we have like tons of brilliant ideas which can be get together, put in a place, and then that is something which as a country we can use. Thank you so much, team. So now back to you, sir, Rajivnath, sir. The workforce, quality frameworks, operational expanse, tech-enabled models, and regional care access. So we are getting into that segment now. So Rajiv, sir, what models of collaboration between manufacturers, hospitals, and healthcare system can strengthen supply chain and ensure uninterrupted access to essential medical devices in remote regions? And more so from your personal experience, you have been one of the earliest manufacturers of healthcare device in India. And how did you manage to achieve the access to your product to the healthcare system? How did you build that bridge? From that, if you can extrapolate. Thank you so much.
So coming to our own personal experience from Hindustan Syringes and Medical Devices, what we created is a hub and spoke model on the supply chain delivery side. We got 70 stocking points regionally, strategically placed all over the country, where the inventory is managed and replenished on an ongoing basis, on a daily basis by us. And on a daily basis from the factory, we ship out the goods over there. Those 70 stocking points feed more than 9,000 dealers all over the country. We will be having possibly the largest dealer network that covers both urban, rural, deep interior areas of the country. These 9,000 dealers. A syringe pretty much is used anywhere and everywhere. It may be humble drug delivery requirement, but yes, it's important. Going far beyond my own company's experience, I would say when I learn from other countries, what I've seen is, for example, in a country like Uganda, the joint medical stores, for example, they work in a PPP mode over there and complement the national medical stores, which is of the state government over there. So they are an NGO which partner with manufacturers and have got warehousing again in the interiors of Uganda over there. And these NGOs then carry the inventory at very low cost because there is no commercial distribution systems available in such countries over there. So this is an example of a non-commercial methodology. Coming back to the urban and the Indian side of things, we've also seen very good models internationally of vendor managed inventory taking place, especially in countries like Germany. And you also have areas where the complete stores or the stocks are subcontracted out to a professional body who will manage the inventory on your behalf. So the hospital is no more worried about those stuff. They make sure that every shop floor, every hospital floor, every nursing station gets replenished consumables and disposables on an on-time basis. These efficient systems by the professionals over there. We've also seen status, which has already now come to India, especially the case of expensive implants, orthopedic and cardiac implants, for example, of consignment stock agreements, where you've got components and products lying over there which are being replenished and then being billed to the patient on consumption basis. Going forward, I think what's required is to have joint planning cells, where there needs to be a trust factor between hospital buyers, the distributors, and the manufacturers, where they work together as a team to optimize inventory and replenishment and investment in inventories. This, I think, normally is missing in India. In the factory, we try to do that with our vendors and our suppliers, like we have a just-in-time system in our factories. I think something like that is similarly required for efficient working capital management in hospitals over here. And there has to be learning of the best practices of the industry, from the manufacturing industry to the hospital healthcare delivery industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajiv. So that brings about, for the trust to exist, the quality of the product should be very high. And that's where most of the new companies are not able to manage it. The quality they have not taken into consideration when they're getting into manufacture. And since we have a lot of innovations emerging into the market, maintaining the quality of care, quality of the product, quality of the service becomes extremely important. And so bringing that question to Ashishji. So with the startup and innovation perspectives, which delivery models, like it could be clinical network, it could be digital health and distributed care, from your perspective, show a strongest promise, keeping in mind quality is up to the top level benchmark. So how do you see that we will be able to integrate this? If the quality is compromised, I think the discussion stops there. The healthcare industry is not going to absorb the innovation or anything that's going to come. So Rajiv sir has years of experience which he has maintained the quality. How can we bring this in, and which of the systems, like it could be the clinical network, digital health systems, or the care? How do you see it?
You're absolutely right. Quality, or rather outcomes, those need to be measured, reported, and needle needs to move in that direction. When we look at investments, for us, there are two paths. And I think in your presentation, you spoke about that India offers a lot of ancient wisdom, right? And when we go back to our roots, we'll discover a lot of solutions to the current problems we're facing. When we're investing, looking at proactive measures to make sure we as a nation, we as a community stay healthy longer. We're also looking for reactive, which means if you are unwell, if you require an intervention, how does that need to deliver? So a lot of the investments are therefore on the proactive side as well, right? Those are collaborative, community building, sharing knowledge, sharing insights, trust-based, right? What's the right food to eat? If you want to simple things like farming or a small kitchen garden at home, what is the best practices? How do you kind of move away from GM, genetically modified fruits and vegetables, to something more organic, something which allows you to live longer. So a lot of the models around that, which is community building, trust-based, and everything. The reactive side, which is care, I think when we look at opportunities, there are 3-4 parameters. Is the innovator or the founder bringing in something which improves outcomes? He is more effective. He's able to deliver those improved outcomes at a lower cost, therefore affordability at a point which we discussed. Is able to integrate or bring in time-related efficiencies, which means I don't have to wait for my assessment for days or hours, or to travel to a particular place to kind of get it done, right? So a model which therefore integrates these 3 aspects, or these 4 aspects is what we look at.
Thank you, Ashish. Yes, that's something which, for any business to thrive, we need cost, time, and quality to be in place. And if, as the innovation's happening, if we can integrate it from the beginning, from the very inception, it will be brilliant. We should give it to you. So, from the operational strategies which work best for scaling capacity in workforce, digital tools, and process redesigning, which must be happening in the cities, 3 cities. What's your take on this, and what are your perspectives?
See, workforce capacity building, I think it's a lot of us have pointed out. It's actually the backbone, because you can create assets, but you still need people to treat people, right? And so there are a lot of things that people are actually doing to get people up to speed. People, and there are two aspects to it. One is the numbers, right? We talk about number of doctors, number of nurses, number of paramedics, and then second part to it is actually capability building. That whether a paramedic, a nurse, a doctor coming from a college joining you on day one, are they able to? I mean, are you going to put them on the patient care on day one? How much time is it going to take for them to actually, get up to speed? And for example, when it comes to nursing, we all know that nursing across the country, they have extremely high attrition. Extremely high attrition. So now most of the hospitals are, having programs to see that, okay, fine, if a nurse on an average stays with the hospital 1.5 years, can we make it 2.5 years? Can we make it 3 years? Right? Because ultimately the salary difference between a Middle East salary or European or any other salary and Indian nursing salaries, the difference is quite a bit. It's almost 4 to 5 times, right? For example, now we run an own nurse finishing schools. For example, when we hire a nurse from a nursing college, then we invest the first, the first 20 days and run our own simulation labs and go through everything, so that if any other nurse in any other hospital takes 6 months before they can be left in a patient ward without, manual supervision, can they do this in 2 months? Can they do this in 3 months? And that's when the capability building is actually, taking place, and you can still maintain similar nursing ratios what has been asked for by NABH and the bodies, but ensure that the service delivery is actually way higher than you would have actually expected without having those finishing schools. And same is the case with doctors. I mean, government institutions are producing only so many doctors, so many MCH and DMs. Now, we ourselves are running maybe close to 50 DNB seats in a year, right? So we are producing our own doctors. Now, it's not just us. I think most of the top institutes are, running their own DNB programs, and that's where the capacity and capability buildings have, taking place. It's a partnership, right? Where government is not able to produce so many DM and MCHs. Almost, we are able to produce doctors who can take care of patients, who can operate, who can do complex surgeries, and these doctors are equally good. So I think there are and there are multiple fellowships as well that are taking place, across the board. So it's like I said, there is no one thing, no one magic wand that everything, but you have to touch every single point and see that how the numbers can improve and how can the capability also improve. Because just having 1,000 doctors with you or 1,000 nurses and who are good for nothing doesn't solve the.
Thank you. Yes, quality above quantity is important, and of course, transparency when it comes to retaining the staff is also becomes a very important aspect, so that they feel confident to work with our organization. That's another step. Now, over to you, Dr. Sanjeev. Where do you see the most pressing needs in training, quality assurance, and clinical governance as hospitals in India expand their service? Where do you see that? Where is the gap to you?
I think it is again in the small cities more than the bigger cities, because resources are always challenged. The right resource to get, in the smaller cities, and plus the trainers who are there are also not trained how to teach things at times. So, how to check their training effectiveness, or I would say training need assessments are at times challenged. Normally, we are tuned to train on certain topics very well, but we don't know where to train our people. For instance, recently in one of the incidents happened, the nurse was with the OT and she was asked to keep the specimen for biopsy. She didn't listen to the word biopsy, and she put that specimen into biomedical waste. So this happens just because she was not trained on what biopsies and how keep that sample. So simple things, when to put people on the critical areas. Likewise, this happens in cath lab. Likewise, this happens in many areas wherein procedures are happening. So this is what the training need assessment is a role. Key to know what to train and whom to train. This is live example which strikes me at the moment. There are many others. Likewise, somebody was Dr. Gyani sir was saying about the quality of medical graduates coming up now. Definitely, there is a challenge because most of MBBS doctors are so busy with their PG and exam preparation, and they are deliverables of MBBS just set aside. Likewise, on nursing, most of them are busy applying their MOH exam. They want to settle outside. So somewhere that quality definitely compromise, and the training part is definitely compromised as well in the bigger cities. So this is what I believe about it. How priority during the educational curriculum, we can make some check and mechanism by what that quality of care is not compromised.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Over to you, Guruji. So, from your experience, understanding, what types of partnerships partnerships do you see, such as clinical, academic, and technological? Of course, we need to integrate all the three. But what type do you see at this stage can improve quality across all the hospitals? It's just not one hospital. You have like multiple hospitals across your team. If we have to look at healthcare as a system where one impacts another, how do you see the understanding that you have received from your hospital to take out the quality skills across the entire ecosystem? Thank you.
Across hospitals, we have a training and development program. Clinicians, with the best of the clinicians that we have hospitals. The training program is robust. We have Zoom calls, we have DNB programs running in, we have so many lectures happening. So we train the trainers first, and it's not possible that having Zoom call. So we meet where our doctors go and meet them, speak what are match. So we try to deliver grassroots, say for the example for nurses. We also have a program. 15 days they have to be in the school lab. Training has to be happening. Then only they'll be put up to the wards or the ICUs. There also the buddy get the patient directly. 15-20 days they take as a buddy, and then are given authority to take the patient. And models are replenished. We talk to the doctors. We have conferences. We have many interaction conferences. We train our doctors what is the best in the industry. So what we continue. That's
Thank you, Gauravji. Now we go to the last and the final round, the rapid fire round, and it's each answer is it's about 20 seconds max, 10 to 20 seconds for all of you. The question will be for everyone, so it could be one word or one sentence at the most. One investment that will accelerate Bharat's healthcare expansion in next 5 years. Rajiv sir.
I think the hub and spoke model in the hospital, primary healthcare linked to district, linked to the district hospitals to the larger hospitals, but backed by modern technology of digital health and telemedicine. That's the missing question so far.
Thank you, sir. Sir, over to you. If it's the same question, but if it's the same answer, I think you should give something else. So try to look at the answer. Is there anything that can accelerate Bharat's healthcare expansion from your perspective? Anything else?
I think the effort, somewhere earlier in the days, how do we get more and more data into the field? Because that data is going to open up possibilities for specific drugs for the Indian diaspora. I would expect that. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So over to you. One healthcare investment that you see.
I think the biggest thing that we need to solve is the paying capacity right now, and step in the right direction is Ayushman universal care coverage. But we have to have a mission of 100% population being covered for medical expenses in whatever way, so that quality is not compromised at any cost.
According to you, sir, one healthcare investment that as a country we need to take.
I think we invest on resource pooling as well, because it is a challenge for most of healthcare institutions. We are not able to get all resources at one place. But if we have that model of resource pooling, not only it would save the cost for the organization, but also I believe.
Thank you, sir. So, Gauravji, anything your one perspective?
Technology-wise, we have that model. Robo, then we doing remotely, to the office. And then we have the technology coming. The IVAS not being used only by a single hospital here. So technology is important, and human resources for sure. But training and development, we have to really pick in.
Thank you. So next we would, our time is up, so but still we'll take one word answers. So it's really critical that we have such diverse panelists with such experience. So we'd like to just tap into one innovation, technical or clinical, that will reshape small cities in India. Rajiv sir, one innovation.
AI-backed medical electronics.
Thank you.
Similar thing, but think of it like a centralized clinical intelligence.
Thank you. One innovation, technical or clinical, that you think can reshape India.
They're like, like so many, but yeah, I think like what Ashish pointed out, like, you know, just capturing our own data is going to throw us so many things, make healthcare for sure.
Thank you so much to you. One innovation.
There is a process called diaphragmatic stimulation. I don't know how many of us are aware of this technique. This is being applied in spinal injury patients who are quadriplegic and quadriplegic for life, and many of them are on ventilators chronically. But this technique allows, keep, these people out of ventilators. It's a very new technique in the world, so as in India. So we have tried that technique, and out of 4 patients that we have applied, 1 got out of ventilator.
Thank you.
Technology as such, for sure. We're talking about Tier 2, Tier 3 city. We would like to retain a patient, not going into Tier 1 city. And best of the technology then happens. And technology-wise, we're doing great. I think most of the brands are not going to Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. More of government supporting the regional healthcare centers there. And similarly, is coming up, Jumbo. We have regional centers coming in. I think that technology is more important.
Thank you, Gaurav. And in this is something which I would like to personally take this question to. There is something which is coming up called hyperbaric oxygen therapies and hyperbaric oxygen systems. This is something which we are forcing that every hospital in the country might be going towards it, because it's improving the quality of care in the adjuvant therapy system. So with this, I would like to thank the august panelists for being here and being such a wonderful stage sharer. And it's my privilege to be here with you. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you everyone.
Thank you very much. If I could please interest Dr. Arjun to kindly felicitate our panelists with a token of our gratitude. To begin with, if I could request you to kindly felicitate Dr. Mr. Rajiv Nath, please. Thank you, Mr. Nath, for being a part of this wonderful session and sharing your views with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank Mr. Nath. We extend our gratitude to Mr. Ashish Taneja, founding partner and CEO for GrowthX Ventures. Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights with us. At this point, we extend our gratitude to Mr. Abhishek Kapoor, Chief Executive Officer, Regency Healthcare. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev Gupta, Group Medical Director for Action Group of Hospitals, for being here with us and sharing his time and his valuable insights. Thank you so much, sir. We also extend our gratitude to Mr. Gaurav Khurana, Group CEO for Amandeep Hospitals. Thank you, sir. And we were delighted to hear your best practices that Amandeep Hospital is partnering and channeling at this time. Thank you so much. If I could also please invite Dr. Gyani now to please step onto the stage and present a token of gratitude to Dr. Arjun for fantastically hosting this session, sir, and bringing across the points so evidently. Thank you so much, Dr. Arjun. If I can request everyone to give in one last thunderous applause to our last panel discussion as well for the day. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, with this, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting to the last session of the day. And I don't know if this was coincidental or planned, but very evident in the later half of the last panel discussion as well. One topic which was highlighted was people. So whether it is nurses, whether it is the staff, it is the quality of the staff, the attrition that was at question, because ultimately we all agree to the fact that medical care, infrastructure, capital investment all boils down to the fact that ultimately we need that staff, that people, the quality of the people who would impart that medical care to the patient ultimately. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next and the last topic before we move on for the National Healthcare Awards seminar as well that will be conducted shortly. We now like to invite the Chief Business Officer for Jobito India, Mr. Tanesh Arora, to please step up onto the stage and share their solutions exactly for this problem. So, welcome very much, Mr. Arora. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Arora, please. Welcome, sir.
Sure. Thanks a lot. Good afternoon, everyone. Yep, thanks a lot. Good afternoon, everyone, and really thanks everybody here, especially the incredible team of VOH. I'm sure that a lot of efforts has gone behind, be it Dr. Naveen, Pinky, Katyani. Yes, you guys have been doing really a wonderful work. I'm sure this forum we all have attended till now, and today it is my last session. I just want not more than 15 minutes of yours, but yes, everybody has talked about various problems and the challenges in the healthcare industry. What we are talking about is the real-time ground level problem and how we can bring the solution to these problems. That is what we're gonna be representing. I am Tanesh Arora. I am the Chief Business Officer for Jobviso, India's only tech-enabled healthcare hiring platform. Can I have a please before I start my session? Thank you. So I'm sure by this AV, many of you must have understood that we are those critical support enablers who work behind the curtain, where our healthcare heroes are actually showing their efforts on the field, right? Yes, we work very closely with the hospitals and the HR people around to bring the right people at the right time and at the right moment. Uh, I'll go to the first slide. Although there has been a lot of stats and information which has been shared by our good dignitaries, and Mr. Ariman from Praxis has also shown us good insights about the data where we all are struggling or probably our challenges in the healthcare industry. I will set the context with these challenges on a couple of slides, and by the time I'll come back with my solutions, how I'm providing the solution to the healthcare industry. Yes, today we are sitting within big, I would say, exploding industry. Overall, healthcare industry is going to be a almost $520 billion industry, right? And out of that, hospital itself, covers 120 billion as of now, right? That's the power, or that's the input where we all are working together to bring this industry to the next level. Yeah. If we talk about in pharmaceuticals, if we talk about medical devices, they all put together, it is 86%. Overall, when we say that yes, the hospitals are 54%, after that 54%, the key pressure for all the hospitals are their 50% of their cost. The 50% of their cost goes into the hiring of healthcare heroes, which are doctors as well as our nurses, and which is huge in terms of running any hospital. Not only about this, the limited resources which is actually hampering, it's not about just 45% of cost going to the doctors and nurses, but the availability of the doctors and nurses, that is where we actually work for. In India, we understand that there are, only there are total 1260. I would reiterate the talent shortage here. We are even struggling from the third world countries like Brazil, right? And India, where we talk about one doctor per thousand, it is not. We are sitting at 1 to 6 year population for one doctor. That's where our problem is. And I'm sure all these current hospitals who are sitting here, many of you are already working with us, may not be aware of, but yes, many of you are definitely using the locum service. That is where our solution is, and that is the challenge what we are actually working to help each and every hospital and each and every uh, management of these particular hospitals. So these are the current key challenges of the hospital. Yes, we have a talent shortage. We all know that overall 11 lakh active doctors out of the 13 lakh registered MBBS doctors, right? There is a cost pressure as well as the salary expectation. All these heroes do for. There is definitely a fragmented and a slow hiring process. We all understand this is the key challenge for any hospital or any healthcare unit, how to grab and how to improve their efficiency. Apart from that, this complete healthcare hiring is completely actually fragmented and unorganized, which is again further causing the delay of getting the right people on the board, which is a lead time. There is a hygiene or the compliance which every hospital goes through in terms of verifying the data or the information what that particular candidate or the professional is showing in their biodata. So there's a lead time, and there is definitely a trust gap, right? Whether they are hiring the right person or not, whether these are verified by the time the verification is done, the overall lead time goes to 52 days. So in India, compared to any other country, it's 2x. Total days for for hiring one doctor, it goes to almost 52 days. So while all these problems, how Jobizo is solving and helping every hospitals and the management of the hospitals to enable them and empower them and run their system smoothly. Before I cover this particular part, I'll give you a right live example, not very far, but last month example when I was in Bangalore meeting with one of the esteemed hospital, wherein the hospital had just opened, launched their system in a soft launch. 2 days the doctor were present. After 2 days, the OPD doctor was not there, right? And probably that time I realized the power of our tech-enabled application, which really helped them in getting their function smoothly run in the critical phase, which is obviously for any hospital. It's not only just the lives, but also the reputation, which is always on the stake for any hospital to run for. Yeah. So what do we do for? We do the sudden fulfilling of the hiring through what? Tech-led. We have algorithm which work at the back end, right? We give you the right locum, which is matching your requirement, and then there is a flexibility around. It is not for the complete month. It can be a 1 day or a 2 day or a week. There are shifts. So as of now, we have actually completed almost 1 lakh kind of shifts in the key metros where we are operational. Right? We have almost 80,000 verified professionals. Out of that, more than 55% are the doctors and rest are the nurses. So we cater to both nurses as well as doctor in local. The time, right? We all understand that there's a lead time. How do we do that? And honestly, we 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 work in three different verticals. One is the international hiring. Second is the permanent hiring for doctors and nurses. Third is the local, which is our tech-enabled platform. And every 26 minutes, we are actually employing or deploying a good doctor in various healthcare partners. We have, as I mentioned, we have verified platform, which is again enabled tech. We have a third party who is doing all the verification for them, then getting them on board. So the pool is always ready, and there's a real-time job push. The moment a hospital posts their job on our platform, there is a there's an algorithm which works and helps them in giving the right match to that particular job. We all talk about digitalization of the hospitals, be it on a diagnostic side. We all understand that there's a lot of things going around. There are paperless hospitals which are becoming. There are clinical outcomes which are completely tech-driven now, right? There is a patient-centric approach also for bringing technology there. But nobody is talking about how these doctors will be empowered, or rather, how these hospital owners will be empowered to run all this thing technically with the technology, with the help of technology, right? That's where we come into the picture. We actually help them in right match AI-led hiring, right? Today, all these hospitals are running locum in the WhatsApp group. I'm sure you all are aware of. And all these WhatsApp groups are completely unorganized. Nobody knows what kind of data is flowing, and nobody knows what kind of tool they have in their WhatsApp group. But we presently verified, trustworthy and tech-enabled. We all adopt technology these days, right? And I don't know why this particular thing was missing. So that's where we are coming for, and we represent our app, right? And this app works on both the sides. There are professionals and there are recruiters, or I would say the employers. So obviously, employers can have their shift management in terms of how many shifts they want to put in, how many uh, I would say matchmaking they are getting the resumes over there, right? And from professional side, yes, I would give you another example. There was a RMO, I would say, just passed out of the college, but not getting the right RMO job. And she was actually working in a transcription, rather in a back end of one of the, I would say, corporate. You getting used their degree, but probably not the skill. She was not getting acknowledged to clinical skills. When she came to know, yes, these RMOs can have a temporary shifts also, wherein she can gather, I would say, clinical experience also. That's where probably we feel happy to partner and help them out in bringing and solving problems. So yes, as I mentioned, we worked on the speed. We basically worked on the process, which means streamlining the process, getting you the speed and compliance requirement, which is the verified 100% verified professional. Yeah. Currently, we are present in 3 cities. We are sitting at 8% of the penetration. We are working for almost 400 plus various hospitals in these 3 cities. Uh, we are welcoming more associations, and that's why I thought it's the right forum. While we are expanding in tier 2 cities, our agenda or our aim is to connect these tier 2 cities to the metros and help all these hospitals in the tier 2 cities through our platform and technology-led platform. We look forward to partnering various more hospitals, and the forum is open for the questions, please. Thank you. Any questions? I'll be happy to address right now. Anyways, I have my national sales head and the regional sales head here. They would be getting in touch with you, Sahil Manchanda and Miss Sanjeet Kaur, right? She'll be here. She'll be touching base with you and understanding your problem and how we can help you out. Thank you. Thank you.
Uh, wait.
You are providing
this is a very nice initiative. I want to understand what all cities you are covering. Suppose I have a hospital in Sonipat or Panipat.
Yes, sir.
Will you be able to provide me locum there, or you are still, I mean, in metro cities as of now? So, what
Sir,
are your plans? I want to understand.
definitely, sir. Thank you for asking this question. Currently, we are present in three metros, which is NCR, Bangalore, and Hyderabad, and we are doing extremely well. The second phase of our launch is Jaipur, and definitely the greater NCR part, as you mentioned. Yes, we want to connect all these corner cities with the metros so that there is a seamless, sharing of distances, especially the way we are working out. Yeah, we're gonna be by year 2027 and we're gonna be present in almost 15 cities, and all these 15 cities are tier 2 cities primarily.
Thank you. Thank you very
Thanks.
much, and many congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a
Thank
lot.
It's a good initiative. I am working with the director and St. Fortis Hospital.
Thank you, sir.
Sometime we need doctors on locum
Yes, sir.
for doing shift duties.
Yes, yes.
We get the main challenge. Some doctors want to get.
Right.
In your app, what is the payment system? Is it application or payment directly done to the doctor?
No, sir. So I understand this was a problem shared to us while we were developing this ad and we were working on the beta phase at that time. Yes, this was a problem. So we don't. We rather pay it to the doctor immediately, and we indirectly we bill you after 15 days
Your app.
through our app and through our systems basically. Sohos are attached to our app. That's how the billing is generated. Bill is generated. You can see the bill in the app also, and the payment can be done to the company to us, and we will pay. We have already paid to the doctor by the time the shift is over.
Same question from this question. Some corporate hospitals, there is payment through departments, payment through hospitals. Because departments are outsourced. If,
That's right.
as a director of my department, I want payment to be billed to my department,
Company.
not
That's
to the
right.
hospital.
Exactly, sir. This avoid lot of corruption. More than corruption, I think the standardization of the process, right, which helps you out. So it will be billed to the hospital directly where it is going. And the whole arrangement is there.
Thank
Anybody else? I think we're done. Yeah, we'll open for the lunch now.
Well, I invite Ms. Pinky from the Voice of Healthcare team to please step up onto the stage to present a small token of our gratitude to Mr. Tanisha. So if you can join us to the center of the stage. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. And ladies and gentlemen, we also have the team here from Javizo. Thank you. Thank you so much. Once again, to bring just notice as we are breaking for a 30-minute short, quick lunch break, post which we will rejoin here once again for the National Healthcare Awards this time. And as you would have already seen, one of the special guests today would be Amisha Patel, Bollywood actress, who would be also joining in for the same frame. So please feel free to join us outside for lunch and see you back at 3 p.m. when we reconvene for the National Healthcare Awards. Thank you very much.
of us. This forum is, ladies and gentlemen, a platform where we shall be recognizing not just individuals, but rather institutions as well who have upped the ante, who have ensured that in the field of healthcare, they have been able to provide something extra and have moved up the ladder. So this is a recognition for both institutions and individuals. And of course, we've got an eminent jury who has behind a thrilling task to ensure that everyone who has worked, has contributed towards the field of healthcare shall be awarded. So, ladies and gentlemen, however, before we go ahead and before we begin our award ceremony, it is once again my eminent pleasure to welcome on stage the founder of Voice of Healthcare, the man who has been ensuring that these conversations, these dialogues are more inclusive, and they are also being ensured to be more transparent. So, and also happens to be the jury member for the Voice of Healthcare, which has presented these comments. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to welcome on stage Dr. Naveen Mishra. Please step up onto the stage. And once again, I urge him to open the National Healthcare Awards 2025. Over to you, sir.
I can see a lot of my senior industry colleagues. I will start with them. Respected Colonel Rajiv Manali, Dr. Girdhar Jani, Dr. Rajiv Nath, Dr. Kunal Khairani, Neeraj Lal, and all fellow doctors, our audience listening to us through our various social media channels online. Officially, a very warm welcome to National Healthcare Award 2025. This morning, we have been having really good learning, some fantastic and passionate speakers, and we had really good learning in these sessions. And I really enjoyed those presentations as well. Coming back, awards are nothing but recognition. Everybody needs some appreciation, some recognition. And when you are recognized, while you are working hard, while you are working quietly, silently, and if somebody is appreciating you, telling you that you are doing really well, it reinforces our belief that yes, we are on the right path. I always say that if you want to create an impact in your life, you just have to be in healthcare. If you are in healthcare, whether you are a physician or a medical device company, you are already touching so many lives. You are already creating so much impact. You are working silently and quietly. During my journey of entrepreneurship, I will quickly, you don't know me. I'm a doctor by training. I practiced almost for my entrepreneurship journey. I created a hospital chain. I'm a founder of which is now Ujala Signals. Created 12 hospitals. I exited and then I started another health tech around educating how to prescription. And I'm part of a couple of more startups. I'm on board of them. I'm an investor in a couple of startups and I'm mentoring these startups with whatever experience I gained during my journey. Choosing winners of National Healthcare Award 2025 was really tough fight. Our jury made best efforts. Worthy candidates are being selected. I would like to say one thing, that all those guys who are not good, it doesn't mean that they are not worthy enough. They were equally good, I would say. Counter this, I would say that even Mahatma Gandhi was nominated 5 times for Nobel Prize and he didn't receive it. And today it is Nobel Prize needed more of Mahatma Gandhi than Gandhi needed Gandhi. Having said that, I once again welcome you all for National Champion Awards 2025. Thank you very much for being the savior of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Naveen. While I request you to stay with us, and I take this opportunity to, as you have really heavy job of jury, because they are to judge lifesavers such as you. So I take this opportunity to thank our jury members, starting with Dr. P. Ganesh Kumar, MD, Scientist and Division of Non-Communicable Diseases, ICMR, National Institute of Epidemiology, Government of India. Unfortunately, Dr. P. Ganesh Kumar could not make it with us here today, but we still give him a round of applause for all the contribution and effort he did to seamlessly ensure that the jury process was brilliantly done. I'd also like to thank our next jury member, of course, Dr. Arjun P., Medical Director, AMZ. However, he has specified that AMZ is an institute to effortlessly work behind ensuring that this is done. So, I request the representative from AMZ to please step up onto the stage. Dr. Arjun, welcome in, sir.
Thank you, sir. So we request you to kindly stay back on the stage for the further felicitation ceremony. Now, we would also like to take this moment to acknowledge the valuable contribution of our knowledge partner whose insights and collaboration added depth and perspective to this platform. Voice of sincere appreciation to Alliance for their contribution. May I invite Mr. Aryan Tandon to come on stage and accept this gratitude from us.
Welcome, Mr. Arman Tandon, and thank you so much for all your contributions here. Ladies and gentlemen, the entire knowledge that you heard this morning was curated by the team in short, it's relevant, and of course, representation as well. Congratulations, and thank you very much, Praxis Group.
Mr. Arman Tandon, request to kindly stay back for the award ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to formally begin our award ceremony for the evening. We will be starting with most biggest award of the evening, Lifetime Achievement in Quality, Safety and Equity, goes to Dr. Giridhar Gyani. Can we please welcome him with a round of applause?
Thank you so much, Dr. Gyani, for being part of this ceremony, for sharing so much of your wealth of knowledge with all of us. It is truly an honor and a pleasure to have you here, sir. Sir, I'll have to request you to say a few words.
Actually, now, I have been more than 3 decades in the healthcare. Always I think that I should now take the back seat. जब ऐसे अवार्ड मिलता है ना, again it pushes me a little more harder that I have to take it. Thank you, VOH, for recognizing me. Again, it motivates me, definitely. It is always good. This kind of award. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next award is a Women Healthcare Leader of the Year, National. And the award goes to Miss Upasana Arora. Miss Upasana Arora is recognized for her outstanding leadership and contribution to strengthening India's healthcare ecosystem. Her vision, commitment to patient-centric care, and ability to provide excellence. Unfortunately, ma'am didn't make it to receive this award. Our next category is Excellence in Precision Biopharma Solutions. And the award goes to AstraZeneca. May we please have a team from AstraZeneca to select the award.
Team AstraZeneca, welcome in and heartiest congratulations to your entire team working and ensuring that this award is well deserved. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Our next category is Hospital of the Year, Non-Metro North. And the award goes to Regency Healthcare. We have Regency Healthcare to collect this award.
Regency team, we did have a representative earlier from the Regency Hospital team. Yeah, there you are. So please step in. Ladies and gentlemen, your applaud has to be really accompanying these awards. As you see that, as we had spoken earlier, the non-metro hospitals are really the key for Bharat Healthcare to really evolve. And Regency Healthcare is one such institute which has been truly pioneering in this field. So, congratulations to Regency Health.
The next category is Excellence in Public Health Policy and Implementation. This award goes to Dr. K. Madan Gopal. Dr. Gopal has played a pivotal role in strengthening public health systems through impactful policy design, implementation, and governance.
So unfortunately, he could not make it, but we do have a representative on his behalf taking away this trophy. We thank Dr. for his contribution.
The next category is Excellence in Medical Education. The award goes to Gujarat Adani Institute of Medical Sciences.
The team from Gujarat Adani Institute of Medical Sciences, we welcome you and congratulate you on this victory. And thank you very much for all your contribution and efforts. Thank you, sir. Please, congratulations. Thank you so much and congratulations. And you know, if there is anyone who wishes to say something at this point of time, I would really want to extend my mic to you, sir, and would also invite any one of you who's stepping up to the stage, please feel free for a mic to say your winning speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a very good vitality. Thanks to the entire organization for hosting such a beautiful event. And as a national platform, we are very much proud to have received an award for the best institute in medical education. And we are from the westernmost part of the country, Bhuj, Kutch, and this is a time for tourism. Like November to February is where what we call it non-festival, the white. And this is where it's our humble request for every one of you to do that. When you talk about Gujarat Institute of Medical Sciences, the first of its kind model in the country. And also that now over the period of 15 plus years, have given a talent pool of more than 1,600 doctors, and we have already given specialty of tune of 200 plus. So this is where like first baby step that we have taken in Gujarat, the far-fled western part of the country. And more to go. We'll be coming up with more super specialty programs in a very short time. Thank you.
So much, sir, and congratulations. Our next award is Healthcare Visionary Award, Maternal and Neonatal Care. And the award goes to Dr. R. Kishore Kumar.
So Dr. Kumar was not here with us, but we do have someone on his behalf to accept the trophy. We congratulate sir and thank him for all his contribution. We still request you an applause, ladies and gentlemen, put up.
The next category is Leading Diagnostics Company of the Year. And the award goes to Transasia Biomedicals Limited. Transasia Biomedicals Limited is recognized for its leadership in advancing diagnostics innovation and accessibility. The company's commitment to high-quality, reliable diagnostic solutions continues to strengthen healthcare delivery across India and beyond. Can we have a round of applause for Transasia Biomedicals Limited? The next category is Women Healthcare Leader of the Year, National, and the award goes to Dr. Tarang Gyanchandani. She is very well known for her work at Sir Edmund Hospital.
So we have a representative on her behalf taking away this trophy. But as we go further and continue with the Women Healthcare Leader of the Year category.
And the award goes to Ms. Amira Shah. She is Medical Director of Metropolis Healthcare Limited. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it to the event. We have someone on her behalf to collect this. Next category is National Excellence Award in Nursing Administration. And the award goes to Captain Usha Banerjee. Captain Usha Banerjee is honored for her exceptional contribution to nursing administration. Her strategic leadership and mentorship have enhanced workforce capability and care.
Thank you, Captain Banerjee, for all your contribution and, of course, the wonderful healthcare that you provide. And we offer the mic to you, ma'am.
Distinguished secretary, leaders, experts, industry partners, leadership, members, and organizing teams. Indeed, it is a privilege and a recognition to hold this award that has my name etched on it, but actually belongs to a profession that has the soul and the architect of healthcare. The nursing profession has risen boldly, has evolved with courage, and has transformed with vision. And today, we stand at the edge of unwavering ethics and commitment to lead the country into the future. I take this opportunity to thank all my mentors, leaders who have helped me talent to go beyond boundaries, test status quo, and to empower the nursing fraternity, put our healthcare and our country on the global map. I to thank the Apollo Hospitals Group, which I lead for the last 2 decades, that have given me the space to boldly dream, to act with courage, and to lead objectively. This award amplifies the merit for a profession that requires tremendous recognition would be the architect.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and congratulations. Our next award is of National Leader in Stroke Care and Neurology. The award goes to Dr. P. Vijaya. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it to the event, but she has a message. But on behalf of Mr. Neeraj Lal will accept this award. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Our next category is
Yes, can we play the video, please?
Hello everyone. I'm Dr. Vijaya, President of the Indian Stroke Association. I thank Unit for this honor and award. I congratulate the Voice of Health for their efforts in fostering collaboration, innovation, and contributing to the excellence of healthcare across India. We are striving hard for the last 23 years the burden of stroke in India, not only by public awareness activities using all the social media and the electronic and print media, we also empower the physical physicians and the paramedics to train them to manage. We also work with the Government of India and advocacy to develop evidence-based stroke care systems of India to improve the ecosystem.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, General. Please, if you can join us in. Ladies and gentlemen, our next award is the Emerging Dentist of the Year for the Eastern region, and we welcome Dr. Rahul Kumar to please join us onto the stage. Dr. Rahul has shown remarkable promise in dental science through clinical excellence and patient-focused practices. His dedication and innovation truly marks him as a rising leader in the field. We congratulate Dr. Kumar for his contribution and honor him tonight for his victory. Welcome him.
the next category is Emerging Intensivist of the Year, and this goes to Dr. Atul Sharma. Dr. Atul Sharma has demonstrated exceptional skill and commitment in critical care medicine. His care reflects strong clinical judgment and dedication to patient survival and recovery. Can we have a round of applause for Dr. Atul Sharma?
Congratulations, sir. And at any point of time, ladies and gentlemen, once again, the mic is open for you to speak to the audience and reflect your gratitude whenever you wish to. Please feel free.
VOH for recognizing our work and presenting full profit. Dealing with critical care patients is definitely a challenging job. 5 key basic principles which I daily work upon, so that I bring the best in my patients and take out them misery. First and foremost would be the right diagnosis. Second is the right treatment. Third is the proper monitoring. Fourth is the proper counseling. And fifth is ensuring transparency. Ensuring transparency in the form of providing case summary and also making them update regarding the financial aspects through my. I think these 5 principles which I daily work on, and I think that is the key in critical care. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations. The next award is Emerging Medical Oncologist of the Year, North. And the award goes to Dr. Pooja Babbar. Dr. Pooja Babbar is recognized for her growing impact in medical oncology through evidence-based practice and compassionate patient care. Can we have her on stage, please?
All right, we have someone on her behalf receiving this trophy. As we congratulate her, we go forward for the next category, which is the Emerging Medical Oncologist of the Year for North. And we welcome Dr. Ankur Nandan Varshney. Varshney, yes, I see Dr. Varshney walking up. He has made a notable contribution to oncology care, combining strong ties with patient-centric approach. His work signals great promise in advancing cancer treatment. We once again express our gratitude and congratulate Dr. Varshney for his work
that he's been doing in the field. Congratulations, sir. And of course, we will urge you to give in a round of applause as well, ladies and gentlemen, for all our winners. Congratulations. Let's take this to our next category, which is the Promising Medical Oncologist of the Year. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is Dr. Nagendra Sharma. I see Dr. Sharma walking up to the stage. Now, you see Dr. Sharma has emerged as a promising oncologist through his dedication to excellence and ethical patient care. His commitment really continues to make a meaningful difference in oncology practice. We congratulate you, sir. Once again, thank you for all your contribution. Congratulations. This brings us to its next category, which is the Occupational Therapist of the Year, is Dr. Jolly Gupta Jain. Dr. Jain, I see her walking and making her way to the stage. This is for her outstanding contribution to occupational therapy and rehabilitation care. Her patient-centered approach has significantly enhanced recovery and quality of life of the outcome of the patient, for which she is being rewarded today. And I do request you to give in a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'd be interested to say something.
Respected dignitaries, I'm privileged to receive this award. Support belongs to my family for their unwavering support, and to my team for working tirelessly with me to change some lives. Because occupational therapy is a field which can change so many lives, gives quality of life to the children, and it really requires that awareness. Because one awareness can change so many lives. Thank you so much.
So much, Raman. Congratulations again. Our next category is of Homeopathic Doctor of the Year North. And the award goes to Dr. Neeru Arora.
Welcome, ma'am. Congratulations to you.
Dr. Arora has demonstrated excellence in her practice, and patient. Her work reflects dedication to passionate healthcare delivery.
Thank you. Come on. We have to urge you, ladies and gentlemen, a little more energy from that side of the room as we get into the next category, the Pathologist of the Year Regional. I welcome Professor Dr. Abhiraj Ramchandani to please step up onto the stage. Yes, I see him walking in. This is being awarded to recognize his excellence in diagnostics, medicine, and laboratory leadership. His contribution have strengthened the diagnostic accuracy, which of course is extremely critical, and the clinical decision making has also enhanced. So we congratulate Professor Dr. Ramchandani for his contribution, and of course urge an applaud from that side of the room.
Thank you very much. I had applied last year also, not get it last year. I wish for this year, I perseverance, got me here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations. Our next category is IVF Specialist of the Year Regional, and the award goes to Dr. Jyoti Bali. Dr. Bali has demonstrated exceptional expertise in reproductive medicine and assisted fertility care. Our patient-centric approach and clinical excellence have helped countless families realize their parenthood journey.
Congratulations, Dr. Bali. Thank you so much. We unfortunately could not make her here, but we do have somebody on her behalf. Moving further, ladies and gentlemen, it is the Microbiologist of the Year Regional. We welcome Dr. Kirti Ramchandani to please join us onto the stage. And I do have Professor Dr. Ramchandani taking it on her behalf. Ladies and gentlemen, however, we are recognizing Dr. Kirti for her significant contribution to microbiology and infection control. Her work plays a crucial role in strengthening the diagnostic precision and patient safety. This also brings us to our next category, which is the Neurosurgeon of the Year for West. Let me welcome Dr. Sandeep Kamani to please step up on the stage. I do see Dr. Sandeep walking in. Congratulations, an excellent neurosurgeon, and also we thank him and recognize him for his advanced neurological interventions. His commitment to precision, innovation, and patient outcomes sets him apart in this field. Congratulations, sir. Moving further, the next category is the Orthopedic Surgeon of the Year for North. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome Dr. Rohit Lamba to please join us on the stage. Dr. Lamba, I think we'll have somebody on his behalf. Oh no, I do see Dr. Lamba joining us in. Please welcome in. Dr. Lamba has made significant contribution to orthopedic care through advanced surgical expertise and patient-focused treatment. His work continues to improve mobility and quality of life for our patients. We congratulate Dr. Lamba for all his contribution, and your applause would be highly, highly appreciated. Please, ladies and gentlemen.
To our next category, which is Surgical Oncologist of the Year North, and the award goes to Dr. Vinay Gaikwad. Dr. Gaikwad is recognized for his excellence in surgical oncology and complex cancer care. His precision-driven approach and clinical leadership have strengthened surgical cancer outcomes. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. बहुत मुबारक आपको. Our heartiest congratulations on your brilliant work that you have been doing in the field. And we thank you for all your contribution. That we urge you, if you wish to speak anything to the audience. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Please feel free, ladies and gentlemen. My mic is always open for any one of you to share your heart out with this lovely gathering of the industry. Moving forward.
Next category is Medical Oncologist of the Year North, goes to Dr. Varun Goel.
Dr. Goel, are you here, sir? Give us a wave if you are. I think we have somebody on his behalf to please step up onto the stage and receive his trophy. We thank Dr. Goel for his leadership in medical oncology through evidence-based cancer treatment and his compassionate patient care, which lead him to win this victory. This takes us to our next category, which is Orthodontist of the Year, Dr. P. Narayana Prasad. I do see Dr. Prasad walking up to the stage. We thank you, sir, and we do recognize your excellence in orthodontics and advanced dental alignment solutions. His commitment to precision and patient satisfaction truly defines his clinical practice, and we also once again express our gratitude and congratulations for your wonderful contribution. Please, ladies and gentlemen.
Our next category is Outstanding Contribution to Rural or Tribal Health. This award goes to Dr. Vinita Srivastava. Dr. Vinita Srivastava is acknowledged for her dedicated work improving health outcomes in rural and tribal communities. Her initiatives have enhanced access, awareness, and quality care for underserved populations. Congratulations, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we do need a little more energy. Ma'am, can we request you to say anything to our lovely audience? You see, you are working in the sector where not many, I think, really would. So, as we are, we really want to try to focus to be so special.
तो रूरल एरियाज में जाकर खूब काम करना चाहिए, तो वही एक जगह है जो आपको एक अच्छी इंसान that makes a lot. Thanks to all the rural population.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and congratulations. Our next category is of excellence in orthopedics and trauma surgery. This award goes to Dr. Avatar Singh. He is recognized for his outstanding work in orthopedics and trauma surgery. Clinical expertise has significantly improved outcomes in complex injury management.
Ladies and gentlemen, taking this further as we go on and celebrate our victory saga, the next award is the Excellence in Clinical Diagnostics and Biochemistry. And we welcome Dr. Bernali Das. Are you here? Yes, I do see Dr. Das stepping up onto the stage. She is being honored for her excellence in clinical diagnostics and biochemistry. Her work ensures high standards in laboratory medicine and supports accurate and timely clinical decisions, making her victorious for this award. Congratulations and thank you very much for all your contributions.
Thank you so much for this award. I'm really honored and privileged and gratitude for that. Excellent work in the field of clinical decision making and as well as lab diagnostics. So I just want to place the lines from Albert Einstein, the lines from Albert Einstein, like you. Keep you moving, keep the balance. So here when you talk about that quote, so it's like, two wheels to bicycle. One is the clinician and another wheel is the lab diagnostics. So always the lab diagnostics or the lab clinicians scientific we actually the physicians, the lab physicians play a very significant role. So both the wheels need each other to have the balance in life, and like DOA making that motivation.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and congratulations. The next category is a Bariatric Surgeon of the Year National, and the award goes to Dr. Ashish Gautam. Dr. Gautam is recognized for his excellence in bariatric and metabolic surgery. His expertise has significantly improved patient outcomes through advanced, minimally invasive weight loss procedures.
Thank you. Dr. Gautam, I will have to urge you to speak, especially in the current context when new drugs are getting launched in India as well. I think it becomes even more relevant for you to speak, sir.
The bariatric surgery is, as India is having, or I should say, the obesity is going to be epidemic in India. And with obesity, there comes the type 2 diabetes, hypertension and other cardiac issues of arthritis and all that. So bariatric surgery has been forefront, and it is a very long-lasting solution for having obesity and obesity-related disorders. So it's very, very important problem or a disease, obesity, which is straining the Indian healthcare system. So thank you, VOH, for recognizing this and recognizing my efforts in curing the obesity by bariatric surgery.
Thank you so much. Congratulations again. Our next category is of Orthopedic Surgeon of the Year National. And the award goes to Dr. Narayan Halse. Dr. Narayan has demonstrated outstanding leadership and surgical excellence in orthopedics. His contributions have enhanced mobility, recovery, and quality of life for patients worldwide.
We have someone on behalf of Dr. Narayan receiving the trophy. However, we do congratulate him and his entire team for all the contributions. Thank you so much, sir. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we continue the victory and welcome in our next award, which is the Cardiac Surgeon of the Year National. Now, this is a big one as well, ladies and gentlemen. So we do request for applaud for Dr. Vivek Dwali. Dr. Vivek Dwali, we'll invite you, sir, to please step up onto the stage. All right, we have a representative taking this once again as we thank Dr. Dwali for his leadership and his mentorship that he has been doing in ensuring in the field of cardiac surgery. Congratulations, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I would
courses here during the award. So first of all, I would thank George and all the support staff who have